We all fight for something. We fight to learn,
I welcome you
to grow,
for the levels
to
fight.
change. We fight for honor, for respect, for survival. Sometimes we fight simply for self-expression, for excitement, and for the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. Tonight, in a cage in the great city of Amsterdam, 22 men and women will do battle for gold and glory and the primal joy of combat and our entertainment when Levels Fight League returns to Epic Media Haven for our greatest show to date. In an exciting feature bout, local combat legend Victor Kuku and former LFL lightweight champ Andreeas Binder promise a martial arts gunfight of epic proportions. And then we'll cap the night with 2 titles on the line as undefeated homegrown star Alain van der Merckt takes on dangerous Brazilian finisher Marcos Silva. Sit down, strap in, and experience the #1 MMA show in Europe. There's levels to this. Remember, if it ain't Dutch, it ain't much. Enjoy the hostilities, my friends.
Welcome, viewers around the world, to Levels Fight League, the new home of European MMA. We're coming at you live on the river from Media Havens on the River Eye in the heart of historic Amsterdam. And for LFL 12, we have our most finely balanced event yet. Tonight we have 11 bouts topped by 2 tantalizing title fights. In our co-main we have Van der Merckt versus Silva. Then in our co-main event for the interim welterweight belt we have Desmae versus Blasco. I'm Callum Booth, your host for tonight, but with me I have 2 extraordinary gentlemen to help guide us all through this evening. To my right, martial arts analyst extraordinaire Robin Black, and to my left, the UFC and heavyweight MMA legend, Stefan Struve. So let's just get straight into some of these fights. Robin, our co-main event, Van der Merckt versus Silva. Van der Merckt is one of the hottest rising prospects around at the minute. Like, what can we expect from that?
Yeah, this is his toughest test for sure. And he's fought tough guys. Like, you know, often we'll say, oh yeah, this is the... Every fight he's had through his 7-fight streak where he has finished all of them, 6 of them in the first round, they've all been tough. But Silva's somebody that's at the top of a lot of people's prospect lists. And in this main event, facing him for a title, it's a lot of pressure. Alain is super explosive, super athletic. You know, he's a true homegrown, developed talent that's come up through LFL. He's a star in his own right, but there's a big fight for him, a big, tough, demanding, psychologically challenging fight. I think he's up for it, but man, we got a nice one.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. And what does that mean, that extra pressure that he's going to be under for the not only just the middleweight strap, but also headlining an entire event?
You look at this as one large career, and this is true for anything that we pursue in our lives. You know, you have to get better and better, pressure test yourself further and further to see what you're truly capable of. And tonight's one of those big moments, big tests.
I cannot wait for it. And Stefan, our co-main event for the interim welterweight tight, Desmae versus Blasco, 2 incredibly veteran, savvy fighters. What can we expect from them tonight?
Yeah, very nice opportunity for both these gentlemen to step up and fight for the interim belt and fight Melvin Seidam, who unfortunately is injured, couldn't make it tonight. He'll be cage side. He'll probably go into cage after to have a nice stare down to line that fight up for later this year. But as you said, 2 real veterans of the game. Lots of wins between them. Desmae fought for the Cage Warriors belt. Lost by split decision. Could have easily gotten that decision, but 2 incredible fighters fighting for the belt today, and can't wait to see that fight.
Yeah, we're all blessed to have that through. But that's not all. We have some other incredible fights on the 11 on the card tonight. One of them, ex-LFL lightweight champion Binder versus the kickboxer Kuku. Robin, I know this is one you're excited about.
Yeah, I like to say that martial arts is equal parts elegance and vulgarity, but this fight's very vulgar. It's very violent. If you like rugged, high-impact violence, Kuku, you know, we use the term local legend. I mean, he's fought in every style of kickboxing, a true Dutch kickboxer. Binder is a hard hitter, and although he's well-rounded and sophisticated, he likes to throw his knuckles. So these two will give us exactly what we're looking for: real, raw, primal violence.
Yeah, and we have, it's going to be fantastic. And we have a whole road of other fights that we will talk through when we're getting to the event, so don't miss for that. But before then, let's have a quick look at some of the rules that's going to be overviewing LFL tonight. So the majority of our bouts, all 9 of them, will be 3 rounds and 5 minutes, apart from our 2 championship bouts, which will be 5 rounds of 5 minutes. You can see some of our key rules there. No kicking to the head of a grounded opponent, no strikes to the spine. But we also have extra ones, so no throat strikes are allowed, no penalization of outstretched fingers are happening, and no stomping. Now, when a fight isn't finished, then the judges kick in. And from there, during the fights, they are looking on 3 main criteria: effectiveness of the striking and grappling, how aggressive the fighters are, and control of the fighting area. So, as you're all watching the fights at home, keep an eye on that and judge along with us as you will. So, without any further ado, gentlemen, viewers, everyone around the world, let's get LFL 12 kicked off in style.
3 rounds of 5 minutes. Just make it a good and clean fight.
I took it to the dark place, and I'm still hungry. Woo!
Well, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, well, viewers from all over the world, I welcome you live from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, for the Levels Fight League number 12. The first LFL fight is in the featherweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner representing Georgia, Goga Quistauri!
Here we go, Robin and Stefan, our first fight of the evening, and we have the Georgian Quistauri coming up. So one of the interesting things about Quistauri is he started boxing at a very young age, at the age of 8, I believe, which, you know, Robin, has its negatives and benefits for moving into MMA later.
So these days, you know, only 5-10 years ago, everybody would say unilaterally that wrestling is the greatest base for MMA. That belief has started to change now as people are able to put games together, being able to move your feet, strike from the outside. There's a lot of power in that as people understand evasion and you know, lateral movement and stuff. And boxers can now be a very, very strong base. You can learn and put together many of the other skills, you know, cohesively around a boxing game.
And Stefan, how did you find it when you fought boxers? Was it that experience? Were you happy, quiet? What was the experience of someone who had that background?
You know, you have different styles in MMA. There's so many styles, and one boxer does very well in MMA, and the next boxer doesn't do well in MMA at all. So it's always, you know, you always have to see the night off, like how it works out. But I'm sure that he's got a great skill set in the stand-up. Talk about Georgian MMA, though. Yeah. Georgian MMA is on the rise.
Yeah, and there's also access to a ton of high-quality wrestling out in Georgia. So by the time you do, you know, we could call him a boxer, but the truth is it's what has been done since that point to contextualize when and where to throw punches, slip your head, move your feet. And I'm excited to see Quistauri fight. I really am.
Yeah, always love to see a boxer in the ring. I'm still a sucker for those old school boxer versus kickboxer matchups, and going to be exciting.
Well, then his opponent fighting out of the red corner from the Netherlands, Nick Buikema!
On the topic of matchups, Buikema started as a karate as a child. So we're going to maybe potentially see a bit of a karate versus boxing match going on here.
I was commentating with Dan Lambert, who runs American Top Team, And he said universally within American Top Team these days, they have discussions about how surprised we would have all been to hear conversations about your understanding and control of karate being more important than wrestling in 2024. How people move their feet. You can't wrestle me if you can't grab me, and you can't grab me if I'm moving my feet. And so karate has become as big or bigger of an ingredient than almost anything else right now.
And even if his opponent is able to grab him, he's a purple belt on Orlando Wilson Prince, who we saw had fighters at the last LFL show, who's an excellent fighter himself, fights for Case Warriors. Very well-rounded fighters come from his team. So, you know, with a karate background and a BJ game like that, definitely looking forward to seeing this young man fight today.
Yeah, it suggests a very well-rounded fighter. And also, this is both men on the cusp of their careers. This is, for each of them, this is their second pro fight. They both had a win in the bank from their first one, and this, for both Kostari and Bukuma, will be a step up in competition. Here we have at the tail of the tape, we can see roughly similar stats, even though Kostari does have a nice height and reach advantage and slightly younger than Bukuma.
We're introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner, representing Georgia. 24 years old, stands in at 5 feet 11 inches, 181 centimeters. One professional fight on his record, one victory. Ladies and gentlemen, Goga Kostari! His opponent in the red corner from the Netherlands, 27 years old, stands in at 5 feet 8 inches, 173 centimeters. Also one professional fight on his record, one victory, representing the Flex Health Club, Nick Benjamin! When this LFL fight in the featherweight division is scheduled, 3 rounds of 5 minutes. Referee, Philip van Heusden.
Okay, you know the rules, respect rules, protect yourselves at all times. If I say stop, you stop. Touch gloves, you want to, go back to your corner.
Here we go, the first round, the first fight of LFL 11, Kostari versus Bukuma.
This is the level we're at, and excuse the pun, this is the level we're at now. We're in your second fight. You're fighting another elite fighter. I mean, young guys are just so skilled now.
Oh, and they did not waste any time in throwing it a little bit there.
Nice job by Bukuma to take him down there. Good use of his hips against the fence.
Goga has the overhook on his own right side. Now he lets that go.
Really smooth takedown by Bukuma.
If you're told somebody is rude as boxing, you want to test all this other stuff. As Stefan pointed out, your purple belt in jiu-jitsu. Let's see what he's got.
You can definitely see that Kostari's got a lot of power in the few strikes he's thrown so far, but trying to create space here, looking for a get-up probably.
Yeah, but now he's had to settle into a guard. He'll try to sweep using the leg, but it's not there. It's a tough place to be. Your feet got to go to the hips or the ground or somewhere stable. If they're floating in the air, you're not in a position to stand up or work from there.
And if you book him at probably a good place as well to steady the nerves, take some of the zip out of Kostari's punches, get him some points on the board.
Being on top of somebody is just such a dominant feeling because you're not in jeopardy or as much jeopardy, and he is. So it's just a great place to be in the first half of a first round anytime.
You see Bukama's trying to put Kostari against the fence, jam him up there so he can use his elbows so that Kostari cannot move from there. A lot of people use the fence to get up, but if you're stuck there, it can be really dangerous position to be in.
The game changes so much. In the old days, you pull him away from the fence because he could stand, but now you push him deeper into there and squash his spine.
Nice transition from Bukuma there.
Yeah, he's going to slide to mount.
There he is.
Rough place to be. You know, only a couple of minutes into a fight, and now he's going to try to buck, which is just going to burn gas here. He's got to take a shot. No, there's an armbar attempt here.
Very smooth. Bukama so far. He's got it.
He's got it. It's locked in.
No, it's not there yet. Now it is.
There it is.
Beautiful job there.
Wow, incredible jiu-jitsu work.
Very smooth by Beukema.
He had a game plan, and you can see he came out and did everything that his coach wanted him to do.
He had a beautiful takedown in the first 10 seconds of the fight. He took his time when he got it to the ground, moved into a better position, and when the opportunity was there for the submission, he took it, and boom. Beautiful finish.
Presumably, he would have had a game plan A, B, and C, but this would have been A. This would have definitely been
100%.
And you can probably give him an A star on that game A performance. But yeah, from everything from the control to the just biding his opportunity. Here we see the takedown.
And he moves in his hips to get Kastari stuck against the fence, drags him down to the ground into full guard, takes his time, puts him up against the fence and throws the elbows. And when the opportunity is there to pass, he moved into mount, and when the opportunity came there for the armbar, he beautifully took, and look, Kastari almost turned out of it, but then he had it sideways past his body and was really able to put pressure on the elbow, and there was the tap.
Yeah, fantastic work for that.
Got an exciting fight up in our next fight. Kalen Loughran's little brother, well, little brother.
First of all, a big applause for both fighters. Goga Quistaudi, Nick Beukema. The winner after 2 minutes, 9 seconds in the first round by armbar is the man in the red corner, Nick Beukema.
Nick Beukema, young man. Now, I'm sure there's a game plan A, B, C, wherever it's going to go. But A would have been take him down and submit him, correct?
Yeah, we're always ready for anything. You know, I got power in both hands. I'm good on the ground, I'm good in wrestling. So I just take what I can get. That's plan A.
Well, and it worked. And when you got a hold of that wing, and did you know that you had it? You went belly down and readjusted. Did you know that was the end of the fight?
Yeah, we work on that a lot. You know, every guy from our gym has solid jiu-jitsu, so we go through the motions. So, yeah, there's confidence there in the position.
Congratulations, man. Go enjoy your night. Your winner, Nick Beukema.
A fantastic performance from Beukema there. Goes 2-0 in his pro career. And judging by that, Stefan, like, this is a kid we want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the kind of fighters we love seeing here in the beginning of their careers, fighting for LFL and then moving along in their careers. Beautiful performance by this young man. Could not have gone better, in my opinion.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, plan A is get something and finish it. And look, you know, and he's going to roll with this here. As his man rolls out, there's a moment you could lose it. Watch, he hyperextends it up towards the ceiling there. It's so nice.
Yeah, and he didn't have it on his belly, so he had it past his body. So he could put even more pressure on that elbow.
The featherweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner from the Ukraine, Ivan
Ivan, they said, Ukrainian, started martial arts at 14 when he started boxing with a friend and then tried MMA and fell in love. He's had quite a decent amateur career, fought in Ukrainian and Croatian championships, but he's coming off a loss, so this is his second pro fight. Stefan, what does it mean when you're, you know, you begin your career? How does it impact the fighters you work with when they lose their first fight and move on? How do they adapt to that?
You know, it can be a struggle to get that first win. Doesn't matter how good you are as a fighter. You know, you want to show it in the cage. You can show it in the gym, but I've trained with some fighters who were absolutely incredible in the gym, couldn't do it in the cage. You know, chasing that first pro win can be a little tough, but this young man is skilled, has all the skills to be here in the LFL cage today, and looking forward to seeing him fight today.
Yeah, and he is only 18 years old.
Unreal. I lost my first pro fight, and actually it really puts a lot of pressure on your second one. And that is the turning point. You're either going to settle in, or if you lose again, and I did, then it's even harder. And if you're lucky, you come back and you're going to win more than you lose. But at 18 years old, it's a real turning point if you haven't had a ton of amateur either these days. His opponent had a lot of amateur.
Yeah, and we're going to get on to Tien and Loughran in a little bit. But yeah, Steph, what were you doing in 2006 when Stojnic was born?
2006, date of birth?
Yeah.
I lost you for a second, but yeah. I get a little sad when I see someone's 18 when they were born in 2006.
I know, it doesn't seem right? Like,
it's just, you know, even, yeah, it's shocking. But, you know, I like his choice of music, his mannerisms, like the desire to settle himself down. I think that's key here.
Well, I think in one moment we're going to meet his opponent.
When then his opponent fighting out of the red corner representing Ireland, Tiernan Logren!
So, if you're looking for an easy second pro fight, which Ivan probably is, Tiernan Logren is probably not it. Brother of the UFC and ex-LFL bantamweight, Caelan Logren. Tiernan's trained in Calbon in Liverpool. That's the gym that you have Darren Till out of. Lots of high-profile UK MMA fighters. You know, Logren has had a big amateur record, 10 wins, 2 losses. You know, this is a guy with a huge amount of pedigree already, and this is his first pro fight, Robert.
Yeah, unreal. When Caelan fought here, right away we're like, wow, this guy's confidence in his skills was so high. He fought an ADCC champion in his debut at LFL. His brother did. There's a lot of confidence from these guys, but it's earned confidence. It's because of the work. They do the work. They prepare their bodies and their minds. There's Caelan there. Yeah, we're excited to see this kid fight. Definitely seen some of his amateur fights and seen, of course, his brother fight. These are young studs.
Yeah, Callum, you talked about him training at Calbon. He's got Paul Hughes and his brother in his corner. Can you imagine the level of training he gets day in, day out? The way he gets pushed in the gym to be better every single day, and he's a big fat. We were talking about he's a big fat.
Big featherweight.
Huge, built, just stocky and wide. And also, I imagine that, you know, as brothers like this, they definitely fought and messed together a lot. When you have a training partner who's a UFC caliber and you grew up with him, that's going to put some pressure on your body.
Paul Hughes, Stefan just pointed out, congratulations, Paul. He just signed a really nice deal with the PFL. They were negotiating the UFC and PFL. Everybody was after him, and he signed a nice deal with the PFL. So that's who Logren has in his corner, his UFC brother and Paul, who's an amazing fighter in his own right. So let's, he's got a swagger to him.
Introducing first, ladies and gentlemen, the man fighting out of the blue corner from the Ukraine. 18 years old, stands in at 5 feet, 6 inches, 172 centimeters. Tonight is second pro fight, and he's representing MMA Team Slovak. Ladies and gentlemen, Ivan Sukovov! His opponent in the red corner, from Ireland, 23 years old, stands in at 5 feet 9 inches, 176 centimeters. Tonight, his pro debut. He's representing the Fight Academy Ireland. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the stallion, Tiernan Logren! When this LFL fight in the featherweight division is scheduled 3 rounds of 5 minutes, and the referee is Mr. Daniel Sharifi.
Here we go. You can see that Logren has the height and reach advantage, age advantage as well. It's going to be a tight matchup, which is strange. Looking at the bodies, you'd assume that Ivan is longer and taller, but it's just the way Logren is built.
Yeah, it's and using weight cutting as a tool, as you know, and that's professionalism, to be able to use it and be in great shape after you rehydrate.
Logren already controlling the center of the ring right here.
Yeah, just testing the right foot. Against the southpaw, that open side, he's trying to draw him towards his right hand. Now the young man's moving the other way, Ivan.
And you can see, as you were talking about, Robin, there is a size difference between these two men as using weight cutting as a form of weapon.
Yeah, as a weapon. I rode over with Tiernan and their team, and they were talking about Luke Rockhold last night and how he kicks to the open side and smashes the arms. Let's watch and see if Tiernan's doing that, because you can smash up the arms with your shin on the open side.
Logren walking and working the angles in Ivan at the moment.
It's a nice left hook there by Logren.
A good body kick as well that you know Ivan felt.
Ivan's throwing that right hook at the end of it. He catch a chin with that. You know, Ivan is throwing with a good elasticity and a snap to it.
And he needs to make Loughran respect the distance. Every single time he steps in, he needs to punish him.
We can hear Loughran's corner very happy with his performance so far.
It was Paul yelling there, and he's right. You don't need to push it here. Everything's going well. You know, if you're stalking and you're being patient, patience is good. But yeah, Ivan is he's not just going to give this up either. Like he wants to land there. He lands a straight left and a right, does Ivan.
Good combination by Sukuhov, for sure.
Yeah, you know, fighting is not turn-based, right? It's simultaneous. You don't get to go and then they go. We're all always going. So Ivan he's dangerous from here too.
But Loughran is making Ivan do a lot more work, a lot more moving.
Loughran just stepped through to southpaw himself to square up and be in the fire and the chaos for a little bit here.
Ivan doesn't allow Loughran to lock him up, though. There's the level change. Beautiful takedown there. He's got his hands locked. He's going to finish it. Yeah. Put Ivan on the mat, and here's where the weight really comes in handy.
You've got 2.5 minutes here.
And there you go. You can hear Loughran's corner telling him he's got 2.5 minutes to work, which is a long time in the cage.
It's concise information, right? What do we need to know here? Go get him. Nah, we don't need that. Well, how much time do we have? Okay, we know how you know, urgent or not urgent we have to be. So.
And you see he's putting pressure on the ribs and the diaphragm of Ivan. Stop his breathing.
That is a mount. That is a form of mount when it's low. But now it's a half guard.
Yeah, a very Dagestani style technique, that kind of locking the legs up and then moving across into the mount from there. But
he's got a head and arm position.
Yeah.
He may finish the arm triangle here.
Ivan is snuck his right arm out. Did a great job, actually. Really nice job.
It's good defense so far from Ivan, but of course this isn't exactly where you'd want to be in the first round, on the bottom, because this would most likely push the judges towards Loughran for the round.
For sure, and the right shoulder here actually makes you really uncomfortable on your jaw, on your neck, and fatigues you and kind of makes you push back. See how lit up his body is, and then he punches the body just as it's engaged? That's very fatiguing.
Very bad position to be in for Ivan.
And he's in full mount now, Loughran. He's got some chance to throw some big shots down.
Yeah, and
he's got a minute to work from here.
A minute's a long time to be under somebody, a stallion like this.
We could be seeing the final steps of the fight. The referee is looking a little bit closer.
And a closer look.
And Loughran is just,
don't think this will be long,
prioritizing the position as he punches.
He needs to do something. The ref is going to stop it here.
He's shelling up all right, but they're sneaking through the V of the arm, and you can't take this for long. He's still letting Daniel know wants to be in the fight, though.
30 seconds left.
Even when they
on a knife edge.
The gloves, though.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, you don't want to take this amount of impact to the skull. But he's telling Daniel, I want to be in it. But every time he bucks and every time he moves, he's telling the referee, don't take me out of this fight yet.
This is some serious heart from Ivan. It's most likely he'll make this to the end of the round. Loughran has stopped, one assumes, in order to stop him burning him out.
Yeah. If you don't believe, this is very smart by this young man, if you don't believe you're going to finish, take the 15 seconds, fill your lungs up, and make your break a minute 15 seconds. I think that was very smart. I think that was very, very smart.
Loughran spent a lot of energy in the ground and pound assault.
He sure did.
And so far, it doesn't look like Ivan is too badly beaten up from that. A little bit swollen, a little bit bruised, but no blood, no massive cuts.
He blocked most with his gloves and with his elbows, but I didn't really see any escape attempts.
Yeah.
You know, going to his side, pushing the knee.
Yeah, if you're these guys, Tiernan and his team, you want to get right back where you were.
I think he'll go for a takedown within 20 seconds of the second round.
Precisely.
I'm going to say 40.
Well, you guys can put your euros on the table. Settle this now. But the takedown from Loughran was so easy, so smooth, so little resistance.
Well, you made him think about the stand-up for the first part of the fight, and then there's the level change.
Yeah, just go in and bring your chest all the way into the pelvic girdle, and like you said, the word easy is accurate once he got there.
And here we go. What can
let's see, 20 seconds or 40? Oh, he's selling it right away.
There's the forward pressure.
Yeah, I think Big Stefan is going to be correct.
10 seconds down. One of you is walking home tonight
with 6 extra euros.
Come on. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
You know, but
Ivan still in this, though.
When he sold the 2 fake level change feints, he might have been trying to land hands, because these young kids now, they want highlights too. They don't just want to win. They want big moments, and they want to tell stories to future promoters. And, you know, so we were both wrong, Stefan. It's past 40 seconds now.
Well, I think that goes into arbitrator's mode, so thank you, gentlemen, for playing.
I'll be closer no matter what.
Loughran's really taking his time. He's not rushed. He's getting a good feel of the cage. Good experience for him in his pro fight.
You're absolutely right.
There it is.
More like a minute, so they went a minute, and that was smart, probably very specifically decided. But yeah, like, he's not landing his punches the way he'd like to, so being able to have the experience of it, should he win this fight, or no matter how it unfolds, the experience of knowing that in a pressure night, you might not land all your punches is a good experience, but this is a bad experience for Ivan.
Yeah, Loughran put him into mount almost immediately. He's now got Ivan pushed up against the cage.
And now he also knows how he reacted in that first round. He didn't really try to escape. He just blocked those punches. Yeah. So Loughran is sitting here very comfortably.
Yeah, you don't need him. At some point, they'll stop this fight should he not get out in the... Yeah, because there's just no reason for an 18-year-old to take 100 shots when he can't get out.
The referee is looking very close. I don't think it'll be long, and there it is.
Perfect stoppage.
Loughran absolutely dominated that fight from start to finish. Quality performance there.
Yeah. I saw him say to his corner that was shite, which is...
I'm a problem for every fellow in Europe. Every press fellow in Europe, I'm a massive problem.
He is a problem. Yeah, he is. But I don't think that's the perfect performance for him that he will like, but he should, because, like you said, dominant is a perfect word for it.
Just like his brother, he'll get better every single fight. He'll take this experience, go back, train with Paul Hughes, train with his brother, and the second fight will look like a completely new fighter, improved, you know?
And keep demanding more from themselves. That's why his brother and Paul are so good. They just demand more from themselves as they go, and that's the path.
So this is his first pro fight, the first time he's fighting 5-minute rounds.
Exactly.
First time he's in full mount in a pro fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for both fighters.
Come on.
Ivan Kuku, Buzov, Tiernan, Loughran. When the winner, ladies and gentlemen, of this fight, after 1 minute and 56 seconds in the second round by referee stops contest by ground and pound, is the man in the red corner, Tiernan Loughran.
Don't run away.
Robin.
How are you? How are you, lad? How are you? Good, brother. That was super dominant performance. Just what you'd want from a pro debut. But I got a feeling, knowing your brother and Paul and the people around you, you even expect more than that out of yourself, don't you?
I was chasing. The one thing I didn't want to do was chase, but it was tough because he was using a lot of space around the cage and he wasn't giving me much. He was just moving. But I didn't want. I wanted a bad performance. What do you do? Let's look at the finish. Look at the finish. Fuck.
Yeah, oh no, it's a fantastic performance. I just know that you guys always want more and more out of yourselves. Yeah. Were you shocked that that kid was able to get up after round one?
I think it should have been stopped, boys. I don't know. There was a lot of shots there. There was a lot of shots, but hey, he's tough. He's tough. He done well. So no, fair play to him. Fair play to him.
You're now a professional fighter with a record of 1-0, won by knockout. How does that feel?
It feels good. It feels good. But hey, this is only the start. Plan is UFC. I said to the camera, I'm a problem for every fella outside the UFC. I'm not gonna get too far out of myself. Any fella out in Europe, I'm a massive problem. I'll give any of those guys a problem. So yeah.
Enjoy your night, brother. Congratulations. Your winner, Tiernan Loughran.
Thank you. Cheers.
Stefan, truly excellent performance from Tin and Loughran then, and bright future probably ahead of this kid, 23 years old.
As he said himself, this is only the beginning, and when he says that, you believe that. You know, he's got a great skill set, he's got a great team, so onwards and upwards from here.
Yeah, he's got a brother that you've got to look at and have that target to drive up towards. You know, both of these two have a lot ahead of them. So this is for one of our fights later, Kuku versus Binder, our 7th of the night. Make sure you stay tuned for this because it is going to be fireworks from start to finish. You can see.
It's going to be nonsense.
Well, the next LFL fight, ladies and gentlemen, is a ladies' fight, catch weight, 54 kilograms. Fighting out of the blue corner from Moldavia, Leida Flasia!
So there is a great story behind this fight. So Flasia was flying in from Moldova but managed to miss a connecting fight. So this bout was meant to be at 54 kilograms, but when Benita Van Roy, her opponent, heard about this, both teams decided to settle it at 55.5 kilograms at a catch weight so they could effectively both be okay and both have a decent contest without Flasia having to worry unduly about the weight cut, which is fantastic sportsmanship.
Yeah, great sportsmanship, and it reflects confidence too. You know, by all means, when your opponent misses weight, you can walk. They're professionals are supposed to make weight, but this is a different scenario, and it really reflects well on Benita that she's like, hey, look, I'm going to do well, and I'm going to perform well, regardless of who's cutting weight and what the weight's at. Let's just make this fight happen so that my opponent can get here safe.
So guys, this is a rematch. She's 18 years old. The first time they fought was in 2017. You kidding me?
It's absolutely insane.
10? What? That's not right. She didn't fight at 10. I'm not having it. This isn't Thailand.
Well, it's the story, so I'm going with it.
Yeah, okay.
She first fought Benita Van Roy when she was 12 years old. She definitely got a lot better since, but she's got a real tough test in Benita, who fought a terrific fight on the last LFL show.
Yes.
Excellent fight. You can go watch that on YouTube, LFL, MMA. Truly excellent fight. Van Roy is one of our up-and-comers, but yeah, let's not count out Flasia. This is someone born in Kazakhstan, moved to Moldova, and started training in MMA.
Well, then her opponent fighting out of the red corner from the Netherlands, Benita Van Roy!
We were just talking about Van Roy and her qualities. Yeah, that fight at LFL 11, Stefan, where she won with an arm triangle in the round 2, that really showed what a complete fighter she's becoming.
That fight had everything. For me, that may have been the fight of the night.
Yeah.
Beautiful stand-up war, great grappling skills. She's coming from a great team, trains with Jemana Durandamy. She's got a lot of potential, this young lady. She's looking to make another statement today.
I just love watching the process, the psychological process. You saw her walk out of the back, exhale real strong, and then smile. Like, allow herself, and look now, she's allowing herself to drink in the moment. That's when great performers perform their best, is when they allow themselves to be present in the moment. And it's a beautiful experience. It's violence, it's dangerous, it's scary, but it's also an incredible experience, and you want to be living in these moments. She very much is.
Another LFL fighter coming through the ranks that is moving up and is just a joy to watch. And this one could really go anyway.
Not only did she show some excellent stand-up in her last fight, she took some big shots. She took some big shots and fired right back. And when the opportunity came to take the fight down, she did. Won by a beautiful arm triangle choke. She's got all the skills in the world to make it very far in this sport.
Sure does. Man, I love this show. As soon as the first fight starts on an LFL show, you can feel it. The crew and the team and everybody is just so joyful in it. And you feel it in this venue, you feel it in the Dutch people, and you feel it in the fighters. And we are on track for another killer show tonight.
You know, guys, I fought all over the world. I never got the opportunity to fight in Amsterdam, but imagine being a fighter from a different country and you're in the beginning of your career and you are approached and they ask you want to fight in Amsterdam? Oh yeah, you've heard of LFL, yeah. You heard of Robin Black, Stefan Struve, and Callum doing commentary. They'll be like, we'll do it for free.
Don't do it for free.
And here we go, Benita Van Roy looking calm and collected in her entrance to the cage.
When introducing first the young lady fighting out of the blue corner from Moldavia. 18 years old, stands in at 5 feet, 2 inches, 157 centimeters. Her second pro fight, ladies and gentlemen. She's representing Uncle Oleg team. Leonardo Blasco! When her opponent fighting out of the red corner from the Netherlands, 25 years old, stands in at 5 feet, 6 inches, 168 centimeters. 3 professional fights on her record, 3 victories. Representing Van Buel Sports, Benita Van Roy! When this LFL fight in catch weight 54 kilograms is scheduled 3 rounds of 5 minutes. Referee is Mr. Tariq Khan.
Height and reach for Van Roy. She came up as a swimmer and still is a swim instructor. And that builds the body in a different way. You know, it's a resistance training, but it's also a fluidity training. So it's a great athletic base.
Yeah, you can definitely see it in the broad shoulders.
Okay, touch gloves. You're gonna touch gloves. Step back.
Here we go, the third fight of LFL 11, Flochia versus Van Roy.
Judge, you ready? You ready? You ready? Fighters, you ready? Fight.
Here we go.
Expect a high pace and a fast start from Van Roy.
Stefan made a great point, as he always does, about Van Roy absorbing damage last time and overcoming that.
Oh, big overhand there.
She takes one right there, too.
She's got a good chin on her.
Yeah, she does. It's also just the mental test of it and knowing you're up for it. The experience gave her that.
I love it when one fighter puts the pressure on right away like this, like Van Roy's doing.
Yeah, nice kick. Yes.
Oh, she wobbled at Van Roy.
And then takes her down immediately. Great choice. Great choice.
Such a complete fighter. Great skill set.
Now,
Flochia needs to let go of the head because she's only keeping herself down and needs to be careful for a Van Vloed choker.
Yeah, the left shoulder can create the Van Vloed. She'll go to mountain or knee on belly first. That choice off the head kick with the wobble to the takedown, that's an automatic choice. We often see fights, people are like, well, why didn't you do that? You just watch yourself make the decision. You don't, if you take time to analyze the decision, it will be too late.
Van Roy's got her back.
She's got it deep. She'll be able to snake the right hand under, but first she'll punch.
This might not be too long, 3.5 minutes to work here for Van Roy, and we saw how good her submission game is in her last fight.
If Flochia is smart, she'll use the fence in her defense because it's going to be really hard for Van Roy to finish with the fence in her back.
She's trying to turn into her, but Van Roy, oh no, now she's
got nice pass.
Yeah. And Van Roy just literally swims to it, to the position.
Van Roy's got one hook in now, looking for that rear naked again, second hook.
So when the right hand was stripped off, but the left hand is already riding the wrist. See, the left hand is riding the left wrist.
She's got the right hand in position.
Yeah, a little bit high, maybe.
Grab her shoulder first. That's, yeah, she'll grab her shoulder.
Coming down.
Now it'll crush the jaw.
She's got it locked in.
This could be it.
Yeah, she'll get this. She will. She may go to sleep.
Be long. Oh, she's fighting. There it is.
Yeah.
Van Roy with a first round, 2.5 minutes, rear naked choke victory. What a fighter. What a
that takedown she scored. Kayla Harrison did the exact same thing last week. Head kick to a double leg. Beautiful.
Yeah. I'm going to ask her if she watched that. Yeah, shout out to Kayla, dear friend. And yeah, I hope she's watching. It's a great show tonight.
Really stellar performance there for Van Roy. Looked in control, came out with a high pressure game, pushed up Flochia against the fence for a beautiful combination of a right low to up left kick.
Here's the overhand from Flochia.
Yeah. Goes to low to the leg, bink, and then immediately down.
Beautiful. The moment Flocher got her hands back up, when she realized she got hit by that head kick, front row was going for the legs.
Fighters to the center of the ring, please. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, your applause for both ladies. Laida Flocher, Benita Van Rooij. And the winner of this fight, after 2 minutes and 22 seconds in the first round by rear naked choke, Benita Van Rooij!
I'm here with your winner, Benita Van Rooij. How are you?
I'm fine.
My friend Kayla Harrison throws that left kick to the takedown. Have you seen that sequence before?
Yes, but it was not that I think, oh, okay, I'm gonna do it, but yeah, I don't know what I did. It's crazy.
It is crazy, right? Like, people don't realize the experience of being in here in that is a very strange experience, isn't it?
Yeah, fighting.
Awesome though, right?
Yeah, it's awesome and fighting. It's everything. It's all. Thank you, LFL, for giving me the chance again to fight here. I'm happy to fight. It means a lot. And to all my teammates, and especially my corner, thank you for all the help. I'm blessed with that. And yeah.
Yeah, you know what? This is the right thing for you. You are very, very good at this, and you're going to keep getting better. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Your winner, Benita Van Rooij.
All smiles there.
Of course. Can you imagine buzzing round one victory back at LFL? You know, finishes on LFL 11, LFL 12. The sky is the limit.
And she has looked absolutely incredible so far in her career.
And that is 3 fights, 3 finishes on LFL 12. What a start to this card. Pure action. And here we go, a little preview of what's coming up for our main event. That's Van der Merckt and Silva weighing up there. That is our main event tonight for the middleweight title. Oh, but before we get there and before we get into our next fight, let's take a short little break.
Ik ben Benita Van Rooij. Ik vecht een catchweight op 54 kilo en ik kom uit voor Van Buursport in Os. Ja, ik ben eigenlijk niet net zoals iedereen. Ik ben niet al heel jong begonnen. Op een gegeven moment ben ik begonnen met kickboksen bij ons in het dorp. Maar het was het net niet. Ik ben eerste les MMA gedraaid en ja, ik was gelijk verkocht. Echt mijn passie, ook obsessie denk ik. Ik ga echt all in. Alles moet hier echt voor wijken. Echt alles. Eerste keer bij LFL. Het was mijn eerste MMA-partij. Ik weet nog goed dat ik die kooi daarin stapte. En ik was daar echt alleen en ik liep daar rond en ik dacht echt wauw. Ja, dit is echt wat ik wil. Ik kwam wel in een positie terecht, armbar. Ja, en toen dacht ik wel bij mezelf, ja, je breekt mijn arm hier maar dan tap ik niet, dan vecht ik wel met eentje verder. En toen kwam ik op haar rug en toen werd ik wel, dacht ik echt, nou laat ik echt niet meer los. Ja, toen had ik gewonnen, super blij. Voor mezelf denk ik wel heb geleerd dat je nooit zomaar moet opgeven, dus niet opgeven. Naar het hoogst haalbare gaan en natuurlijk UFC. En nu lach ik, maar ik ben wel heel dedicated. De kooi instap, dan ben ik gewoon echt een ander persoon en ik ga echt all in.
Verwacht, sla je die mannen neer, bro. Laat staan wanneer ze verwacht. Huh? Laat staan wanneer ze verwacht. Jij bent vandaag de baas hier in het huis. Oké dan, let's go.
I am Ronald Goedart. fighting in the middleweight division, representing Fight IQ Amsterdam. I was 7 when I started doing pencak silat as a young kid. After that I went straight into taekwondo and judo. So a true martial artist since I was a young kid. Fought on the mats, on a ring, in a cage, it doesn't matter, I did it all. 6 years ago when I started training with Donovan, my coach, a good friend of mine, I was looking, he was preparing for his fight, for his professional fight. And he got interviewed same like the way how I do now. And I was looking to him like, oh, one day I will be there too, you know, sitting and getting interviewed for my professional fight. So here I am. He's really like a pressure fighter who love to press you on the cage or try to find some grappling exchanges. My prediction for the fight is a first rounder, finding my rhythm, finding my distance, feel his power, feel the clinch, feel the grappling exchanges, and then mid-second round I think he's gonna sleep.
I welcome you to the Levels Fight League.
So here we go.
Jij bent vandaag de baas hier in de
I'm not here to try and get points. I'm here to knock people the fuck up.
Yay! Yay!
Hey, what up, champ? How you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, there we go. I love it. Be that beautiful. Let's go. Get it, get it, get it. You gotta win. Come on, harder, harder. Come on.
Hands are good and fast. We're ready to go. We gotta get this win.
Let's go.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The next LFL fight is in the featherweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Cameroon, Joshua. His opponent fighting out of the red corner from the Netherlands, Desmae.
We've seen Curiel a couple of times at LFL already. He won at LFL 11 via decision, and he is from the same team as Nick Bukuma, who we saw who won the opening fight of LFL tonight. So he's had the same coach, Orlando Prince, so we know he's going to have good BJJ, good kickboxing.
Yeah, and you know what was really interesting for me in his last fight at LFL 11? He out-wrestled the wrestler. Physically very strong, but he comes from a kickboxing background. But I was really impressed with his wrestling, with his ground control. And you know, when you train under Orlando Wilson Prince, you got a good submission game too. Big prospect for the future.
Be interesting, it might be exactly the opposite task tonight. Maybe don't wrestle and punch and kick and elbow at distance. We shall see. But you're right, when you can also believe in your submission game, maybe we do participate a little bit in grappling. We shall see.
Yeah, it's a finely balanced fight, this one, that I am incredibly excited to see how it will go down. You don't really know how either of these men are going to face each other in the ring because they have such very tall sets. It's what's their game plan going to be, and then if that works or doesn't work, how do they adapt to the challenge in front of them?
Filling up in this place, and there's just, I mean, all over the world there are fans of fighting and martial arts, but the Dutch, they get it, man. They get it.
It's in the Dutch blood.
Yeah.
When introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner from Cameroon. 25 years old, stands in at 5 feet 10 inches, 177 centimeters. Tonight, making his pro debut. He is representing Le Cute Fight Club. The black Anunnaki. Joshua Elke.
That dude's got abs.
Here's the opponent in the red corner from the Netherlands. 28 years old, stands in at 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters. 3 professional fights on his record, 2 victories, 1 defeat. Representing the Flex Health Club, ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for it. Daisy Courier!
Here we go, a quick look at the tail of the tape. These two gentlemen, very similar build, judging by the numbers, only with a 2 centimeter height advantage for Josu Ekedimiseke.
When this LFL fight in the featherweight division is scheduled for 3 rounds of 5 minutes, the referee is Mr. Philip van Heusden.
Oh, I don't know if you caught it on the broadcast there, but Correal refused to do a glove tap with Ekedimiseke.
Yeah,
so
Ekedimiseke just went, you know, we're going to fight either way, so.
Yeah, he fist bumped the announcer.
Yeah.
He fist bumped the referee, but
no.
Judge.
The camera guy.
Judge. Time ready.
Ekedimiseke didn't get one.
No.
He'll get one now, though.
I got a feeling Ekedimiseke may just explode right into some type of wrestling entry.
So busy with the kicks immediately, Correal. 3 unanswered already. 4.
4 different kinds of kicks,
ones,
too.
Yeah. Side kick, stomp kick, round kick.
Oh! Over there. Big overhand.
Car accident.
Correal's got power, man. We saw that in his last fight, but wow.
He's digging in. Correal's right arm is in a good position. Now his left is framing like a tie frame. He may knee or elbow here if he feels safe.
Ekedimiseke will like this after eating that big overhand right. Getting his wits back.
Now look at Daiche's got his head low. Daiche Correal, he's got his head low on the jaw.
He did a really good job in his last fight with that too. Basics are so important in these kind of situations. When you do the basics well, and make yourself keep that head in that position the entire time, you're doing a really good job for yourself to win the fight.
Just biomechanics, right?
Yep.
Using the structure of the body to control the body of another.
And it takes a little energy for you to do that, and it doesn't feel nice for yourself either.
Yeah.
Digging your forehead in there, but it's definitely nicer for you than for your opponent.
Yeah.
And Correal has tried a few rear leg sweeps to try and get the takedown.
Yeah. And if he doesn't get a full takedown, he'll just assess the responses and learn about how his man moves.
Good takedown defense so far.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, beautiful.
Lovely work. But they both sprung back up to roughly the same position they were in before. But this rub-in is exhausting.
Yeah, for everybody involved.
This is going to be a chess match, guys.
Turn him in this position. Let's go over here.
And especially in a chess match, small details make the difference. So head position, foot position.
And these are details that you develop in MMA rooms, doing your work against the cage, and that's so far the difference. Daiche Correal is winning these small little battles, these cage battles.
In case you missed it, the referee asked for a little bit of action there when the two of them were in this clinch.
And you see Correal's controlling the arm of Ekedimiseke, and when you control the arm, you decide when you can let go and you can score.
Like that.
Beautiful, like that. Beautiful elbow.
Yeah, it's the inside line. It's Wing Chun actually has these concepts where there's like when you control inside, you have the inside line to be able to strike. And all kinds of ancient martial arts have these same tactics and strategies.
So Correal's got the double underhooks now. Oh, but looks like he's
going to strike with his right elbow, perhaps.
Trying to create space. Recognized by Ekedimiseke.
Punches out.
Big right hand down the knee.
And Ekedimiseke looking for the takedown. He's got the leg. Can he finish it?
And he exploded in, and Correal did an excellent job of reacting or responding to that. And now sort of resetting himself into a kind of a traditional defense against a single leg.
Really enjoying the defense from both gentlemen. Goes forward,
Nasty
kick out, nice elbow.
You try to use your shoulder to hide the target, and when he does, Corral goes on the angle under the armpit. Now he's trying to control the left arm using his left-hand grip, but
Desmae needs to change the angle. Use the single, run the pipe, put him down, but it's going to be really difficult. Really good defense by Corral.
yeah. So he pushed the head all the way down so that the spine was like, you know, in downward dog, and then grabbed under the chin to drive it all the way up. Both positions are defensive.
Watch your knees.
See where the head position is much lower than the spine? That arc in the spine, you don't deadlift like that.
And this is some great defensive work from Corral here.
And offensive.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of takedowns in this fight. Both these guys are really good offensive and defensive in the wrestling department, but when there's going to be a takedown, I don't think we're going to see a lot of ground action either. Both are too good at getting up.
Ref's seen enough to open it back up. Got back to right kick.
Yeah. Desmae knows what he wants, which is to put his man on his back. But Corral knows that as well, and he's able to stop it.
An intriguing first round there. As Stefan said, a chess match. Both putting plays, both seeing how the other reacts, but neither fully extending themselves or being able to really penetrate the other one's defensive line. An intriguing setup for the next 2 rounds.
Those elbows, they're vicious when they sneak through to the temple in that spot. This was the one big takedown, the reverse step
beautiful.
Through. Yeah.
But I love the way Corral turned his hips back to the ground and got back right away. Beautiful defense there.
And here was what Stefan was talking about, inside control, inside bicep control here. Now the wrist, big. And then these elbows, those are vicious. You can get a lot of torque on that.
If you had to call that round for either fighter?
Desmae Corral, for sure. Other than when he was thrown to the ground and he did get right back up, he was running the offense and he was running the cage control.
Can't believe Desmae was still standing after that first big right hand. Oof. A lot of power in that right hand from Corral.
Second round, fight!
It's lift off.
Desmae is in southpaw stance with right hand forward. Now back to orthodox.
After eating 2 leg kicks, switches back, but he's backed up against the cage here, Desmae.
Corral's kicking game is really good.
Nice left.
He's got him covered up really tight. Go to the body now. There it is.
He is not liking this at all.
If he goes those hands up one more time and it goes to the body one more time, it could be over. He does.
Another beautiful left to the body.
There's no counters from Desmae, so Corral can just keep going.
Yeah, and he may not be able to counter. One, he's just assigning everything to defenses, and 2, his body is probably smashed up.
Moving away now. Desmae is hurt. Corral smells blood. He's on him like a shark.
Body shot, uppercut. That's enough.
It's a good stoppage.
Yes.
Not intelligent defense involved.
I can understand why Desmae might feel a bit aggrieved by that, but he ate a lot of shots without firing anything back.
And he was turning away from the action a couple times. You cannot do that. You gotta intelligently defend yourself at all times.
And the referee is there for the welfare of the fighters. If he stayed in for another 30 seconds, minute, think of the damage he could have taken in that time.
I mean, he's obviously a tough dude and mentally tough, and he wanted to be in there. But when your body has been hit so hard that, you know, you can't throw punches, you have to stay covered up, and all you're doing is wearing headgear with using your arms as headgear. That's not gonna, a ref will stop it eventually. I love the left hooks to the body.
Oh, beautiful to watch.
Especially when your opponent's doing this.
Yeah.
Throwing up that double guard, then the body opens up.
Always those, I'll never forget those left hooks from Stipe against Daniel Cormier.
White fighters to the center of the ring, please. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, a big applause, of course, for both fighters, Joshua Desmae. And the winner of this fight, ladies and gentlemen, after 58 seconds in the second round, is the man in the red corner, Desmae.
Daiche, dude, did you feel your knuckles just dig into his liver on some of those shots?
Yeah, of course. It's good, it's good, it's good.
Tough guy, man. Big right uppercuts, left hooks to the body. You were mangling him up.
Yeah, it's a tough guy. And yeah, man.
It feels good, right? It feels good. It feels good. You look fantastic here. You're getting better all the time. We're going to see you back here soon?
Soon. Soon.
Take a moment. Thank your people.
Thank you. Thank you all the support, all the peoples in the building, and LFL. And see you next time.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, man. Great performance. Daiche Cordial.
An excellent performance there from Correal, fighting in the same weight class as Loughran. What a matchup that would be, Loughran versus Correal.
The amount of talent on this card, but yeah, that will be a killer fight. But so many good fighters in this division.
Yeah, we've now had 3 featherweight fights with Bukima, Loughran, and Correal all looking irresistible.
Bukima, his teammate, of course, so high-level training in that gym.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fight at catch weight, 88 kilograms. Fighting out of the blue corner from Poland, Pieter Buist.
So Patrick Moltke, a little bit of a LFL veteran. He's fought on LFL 10 and LFL 6. Actually, in LFL 6, he fought our current main eventer, Alain van der Merckt, which he lost by a rear naked choke. But this is a tough fighter. But this is an interesting one. Normally he's a middleweight, but he's gone up to a catch weight for 88 kilograms in this. And his opponent, Goodhart, normally fights at light heavyweight and has dropped down. So it's going to be interesting to see how this balances between the two men of Moltke having to go up and Goodhart having to come down.
Yeah, the Moltke's a fun fighter to watch. It's fascinating, some of these guys when they're streaky, when they're humming along, they're winning and they go on a streak, and then something clicks the wrong way or clicks back in and they go on streaks where they win some, then they lose some, and you don't know which guy's showing up tonight, because when he's on, he's a very dangerous fighter.
He definitely needs to be on tonight because he's got a tough task at his hands. Homegrown, we can say homegrown when we talk about Roland Goodhart, but experience on the side of Patrick Moltke tonight, and definitely needs to use that in his favor.
But he can pose a challenge for sure, Moltke. He's a bit of an unorthodox striker, doesn't really move his way, and it's quite often hard to judge exactly where he's going to strike from.
Yeah, he dances to a beat you can't hear.
And then his opponent fighting out of the red corner from the Netherlands, Roland Goodhart.
You can hear the crowd going wild for Roland Goodhart there. He is a local boy, fights in Fight IQ in Amsterdam, and he's really one of the growing, burgeoning stars of LFL. He began on the LFL new talent pathway. He's moved up from amateur into pros. This is his 3rd pro fight. I'm sure he's hoping it will be his 3rd pro victory. He's fought on LFL 11 with a round 1 knockout. Won his pro debut on LFL 10, and I think most of us here have watched his rise up. But Stefan, how have you seen Goodhart improve and grow?
And he's got such impressive power. He's an incredible athlete for this weight class as well. Very impressive, his pro debut against Villager Andre Tangstad. Scored a beautiful Kimura win. Finished it. And his last fight, that knockout, early in the 1st round. Man, this man has got a lot of power.
He also, we talk about somebody moving differently. You know, he came up with Salat, Taekwondo, many different martial arts. So you start to understand sort of the negative space between two fighters differently, the more different sort of martial languages you speak. We've talked with Stefan. Stefan commentates now in 2 different languages. It actually forces you to see it in slightly different ways. And martial arts are languages themselves, so he interprets fighting through these different physical languages.
I'm I'm just curious how he makes 88 kilograms when I look at him.
Yeah,
He is huge.
He's a beast.
I wonder how easy it is, because if you could, you know, obviously middleweight is a little way away from that still, but if you're a guy this size and you can drop down to that weight, it'd be intriguing to see.
100%.
You can get there. You can get there. It's you know, nutrition and work and changing all of your sort of lifestyle around your training and the rest of your life, but he can do it.
Just taking a moment for the cage, finding that breath of calm in what is bound to be a maelstrom of violence that's about to erupt onto the arena.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, introducing first the man fighting out of the blue corner from Poland. 29 years old, stands in at 5 feet 10 inches, 178 centimeters. 11 professional fights on his record, 5 victories, 6 defeats. He's representing Pieter's gym, Patrick Merckt! His opponent in the red corner from the Netherlands, 34 years old, stands in at 6 feet 3 inches, 192 centimeters. 2 professional fights on his record, 2 victories. Ladies and gentlemen, he's representing Fight IQ. No time! Roland Hutter!
You can see the tail of the tape here. Effectively, Hutter, the older fighter, but also substantially the taller and with a longer reach. We'll put some money on him exploiting that in the fight so far.
When this catchweight fight, 88 kilograms, is scheduled 3 rounds of 5 minutes. The referee is Mr. Daniel Sharifi.
I got into my head a couple of shows back that Roland was actually older than this. He's only 34, which actually is really sort of his physical prime. And, you know, it's a perfect time for him to be very busy in his career.
And we have liftoff.
Roland's just sort of throwing a few feints out to see if there's any bite.
A couple of stance switches already from Hutter. And you can see already that rhythm we were speaking about, Robin, of Merckt, just a little bit off, a little bit jittery.
Yeah, dancing to a song we don't hear, you know, and that's actually very, very difficult to deal with. You know, it's arrhythmic and strange, you know, there's very few patterns to it.
Yeah, you don't know where to start being Roland Hutter.
And you can see just Hutter just trying to compute it a little bit, but Merckt's playing that atonal free jazz style fighting right now.
Very positive thing if you're Patrick Merckt. When Roland Hutter doesn't know where to start, he's got the power, but he needs to find the opening. And when you don't show him the openings,
a straight kick down the middle, maybe, you know, or like a downward stomp above the knee. Like there's a long kick. That's kind of why John Jones uses those, like something you can touch him at that he can't touch you at to kind of get yourself started.
It's intriguing the way they're fighting at the minute. You wouldn't say Hutter looks substantially taller or longer reach.
No.
It's a good left kick from Merckt there.
I mean, patience can often be good all around, but if you're Goodhart, you definitely have let Merckt get a little more settled. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's what you want. You want him to attack like this.
Oh, that looked like a low blow.
The sound of it definitely confirmed it was a low blow. That was bone on cup for sure.
And Merckt is in agony there, the way he dropped down.
Yeah, he may not even get up. The sound of that, it sounded like a gunshot to the groin.
And got some flashbacks there.
Yeah.
Been there.
Yeah.
No fun.
Okay, listen. I don't know if we'll hear the sound.
Oh, hear the sound, but that was...
You didn't hear the sound, but you saw it.
I had two
Here we go.
children after that happened to me, so.
Oh, there we go.
You don't even have to say bink. It's just there for you.
Yeah, it's like a baseball bat cracking against a shin.
Not a shin. Yeah, not a shin.
I don't know if I'd rather get punched in the face by Roland Goedhart or if that, you know, get kicked down there. Real tough one.
Ideally, neither.
There have been many fights. If you commentate enough fights or watch enough fights, you see fights where the fighters can't get up. There was ruptured testicles in a Bellator bout that I was at. And that was real. They took him out on a stretcher, and we got the report back. I don't know medically what actually a ruptured testicle is, but the sound of it sounds really bad.
Well, I think we can all agree on the scale of good things to bad things. Ruptured testicles are
bad,
on the bad side.
Yeah. He's up.
He's up, but he's not used his full time. Molka's corner should be, you can see he's still in distress. He's breathing heavy. Molka's team here should be telling him, take your time. You have several minutes here. Use them.
Yeah. And for Roland, you have to stay in the fight too mentally. Yep. You know, this is a variable for you that you didn't expect, where you're going to almost kick a guy's groin off and then have to stand and wait and keep yourself mentally in it too.
You know, when you get kicked down there, there's so many things that happen because it messes up your breathing.
Yeah.
So you control your breathing during the fight, but when you get kicked there and then your stomach hurts.
Yeah.
It does a lot of things and not a single good one.
Another great bout on our night of killer fights.
That's Kabulu doing shadow boxing, and there's a Brickell responding in kind.
I remember getting booed by 10,000 plus for taking my time.
Yeah, but I will say it's been a very polite crowd for this to actually understand what just happened there and take it all in their stride.
There we go.
Those 10,000 people, Stefan, they were rude. They were rude.
If they felt what you were feeling, they wouldn't have been booing.
No.
So, after a short break from a low blow, we are back with Molka versus Goedhart.
Oh, beautiful combination there by Goedhart.
Magnificent.
The right hand delivered the knuckles in, and just the kicks just flicked behind it.
It's a big knee.
Yeah. Same basic sequence, but a knee instead of a kick.
Goedhart not allowing Molka to settle back into this, just going for the kill.
Yeah.
Nice body kick.
Definitely picked up the pace after that happened.
Yeah,
good combination there by Molka.
Yeah, Molka's coming in.
He's never out of a fight. Oh, big right hand.
Shots. Goedhart felt those. And Molka ate a couple in return.
And you can see in Molka, his confidence is growing.
Yeah. He's won some fights against fighters of this level for sure in his life, and he's done it by being a little weird with his rhythm and a little unpredictable with his weapons.
Yeah, when you see these two guys and you don't know their skill set, you wouldn't give them a chance, but
you should.
Well so far.
Doing very well. And he touches him again. Goedhart comes into the body, and Molka touches him to the face.
I want to see Goedhart counter after the kicks from Molka, because he leaves his legs hanging after his kicks.
Yeah, they've gone back to feeling each other out. It's been the story of this round so far. These moments of feints before, a little bit of explosive violence, and then they drop back into this little tit-for-tat moment.
I called, I mentioned it earlier in the show, Luke Rockhold was fighting Joe Schilling last night. And when you've got, just like that, when you take the shin bone and you smash it off the arms, it really, there's a head kick
from Goedhart.
There's another, and punches now.
A minute left in this round. Goedhart is putting the pedal to the metal, and as you can see on Molka's face, a little bit of reddening around the eyes and nose.
Keeps firing.
Yes, he does. And in combination, and he touches him.
Uppercut.
Yeah, there's more.
Oh, nice body kick there by Goedhart.
All action, a fireworks display in the final minutes of this round.
Kick the groin again.
And both fighters finding a lot of open flesh here.
I think they're both having a good time now, too. They're just right into this exchange, just right.
I know, we're having a good time, guys.
Right. It's true. Goodhart landed a right on the kick, Stefan, like you were talking about. When the kicks come.
The end of the first round.
Technically, the way Merckt moves forward when he throws those punches,
yeah,
it looks really, really bad, but he connects.
Yeah, and it's very, so you, as a coach, you would tell your fighter not to do that. But if he's done it for so long, it actually starts to work, and its irregularity is what makes it so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, you can almost bet Goodhart doesn't have many sparring partners who come to exchanges like that.
Because it's, quote, wrong. So your partners don't do it. But it's not that wrong. Oh, yeah.
So
right.
he was the low blow that dominated the middle section of the fight. And this is what came after some beautiful combinations from Goodhart.
I talked to Henry Hoof last week at UFC 300, one of the best coaches in the game right now. And we talked about the footwork, and he's like, you know, some people used to tell me that Anthony Rumble Jones's footwork was no good. He's like, I don't care as long as he connects.
Yeah.
And
seconds out.
Merckt's footwork is not very good, but it's so unorthodox and he connects, so it works.
It works. I was having the exact same conversation with Coach Dean Thomas last night. There's nothing that's wrong if it works.
Yep.
Everything can work if you do it at the right moment. And that includes things that your coach says, quote, doesn't work.
By the way, I'm not comparing Rumble Johnson to Patrick Merckt.
No. Anthony was a very special man.
Yes, he was.
And not saying that Merckt is not.
We miss him dearly.
Yeah.
Something was up with Roland Goodhart. I couldn't quite hear what it was, but
I was trying to catch
time in the corner.
I wasn't sure whether it was a warning about a low blow again or whether it's anything to do with there's a little bit of blood on his stomach. I'm not sure if that was from him or Merckt.
What's up with his nose? His nose looks different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those weird, irregular punches, no doubt. We haven't got a good look, a clean angle on the nose to see if it's C-shaped or what it is doing right now. Oh, there's a dent. Gets the kick up high.
Inside, outside.
He's definitely bleeding from the nose. Roland Goodhart is.
Yeah, and it could have a little dent in it. We still haven't got a front-on shot, but it looks, this one, is there a dent? Yeah, it could be a dent right in the very middle. It's one of those weird punches coming in on a strange, irregular angle.
It looks like his nose is crooked to the right, but I'm not 100% sure.
To be honest, both their noses look a little off right now from some of these exchanges.
Nature of being a fighter, but yeah, now we can get a closer look. I can see there's blood really welling up in Roland Goodhart's nose.
There's the power again from Goodhart.
It's really pouring out.
He's experiencing fatigue. It's tiring to be in it, but he's not showing it. Goodhart is still moving cleanly. Both of them are, in their own unique ways, right?
Powerful body kick there from Goodhart.
The kicks is what is making a difference for Goodhart in the fight. Especially when he kicks on the same side as his last punch.
Yeah, that punch-kick combo that he does. Throw a punch and then whip the kick behind it. It's a very modern expression. When you're tucking your head in here, you got to watch if your nose is not working, that you don't rub your own broken nose up in some of these spots like this. Once there's an injury, there's all these little places that you feel it when you're in still, halfway to go in a fight.
No finger in the cage, 2 times. Move.
Referee is
2 times, don't do it.
giving Goodhart a warning for fingers in the cage there. 2 warnings, which one assumes if he does it again will be a point deduction.
Which is a big thing in a fight that you're presumably winning, but not winning by much. He lost a point here.
And you've got to think of the psychological element as well. Goodhart will be hyper aware of his nose, and every time Molka touches it.
Yeah, and even when, like I was saying, when he puts his face in positions, he'll feel a little crunch sometimes too. It's very distracting.
Well, we saw last week in the Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje fight how much a fight changes when you break your nose.
Speaking of, we have a new bonus that the Governor Donovan has introduced.
Oh, nice response to that jumping knee attempt from Molka from Goodhart.
It's called the Max Holloway moment. If you point to the center and say, let's come and exchange, you become actively possible to win that bonus. Inspired by Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje, of course.
So guys, if that doesn't happen tonight, you want to make some extra money after the main event?
No, thank you.
I was about to say, maybe if Robert and I both go against you, but even then,
we can do that.
I don't think so.
No.
We can split it 3 ways.
Evasion from Molka, but
Goodhart has only 50 seconds here, but this is a big moment for the judges as well.
If you're Goodhart, you want to get your torso up high enough to get elbows on this guy.
We know he has some good submissions, but there's not enough time.
Yeah, and breathing's off, and everything's a little like random and chaotic. So yes, this is what you want.
This is exactly what he wants to do. He wants to create distance and then land those bombs.
Distance for damage. Should this fight go the remaining 15 seconds in this round and we get a third round, let's see if we can get a shot of Goodhart's face when he's in his corner. Good work by Molka, man. He's taking away the gap and sort of hiding his face here.
And you can see the blood on Molka's chest from Goodhart's nose, and his nose is busted up. It's pouring blood.
Yeah, Goodhart just walked by in front of us, and his nose is definitely broken.
Yeah, you can see a little bend in it there. And the wide swelling around it, and it's bleeding out of both. Yeah, it's got all that. It's bad, yeah. It sucks.
It's not a good situation to be in, but this is Goodhart's third pro fight. What he'll learn from this and going through that pain is huge.
In fighting, as in life, if you look at it as it's happening to you, it's bad. If it's happening for you, it's good. So it's happening for you to gain this experience. This applies to most things in life. And, you know, it looked like that happened somewhere between the end of the first and early in the second, so he's already been fighting with it. So he knows he can do that.
It definitely happened in the first round because they were taking their time with that nose.
That's right.
After the first, but big compliment to Ronald Goodhart, the way he's fighting in the second round.
Yep. And Molka as well, man. In enemy territory here, as he always is when he comes in and faces Dutch fighters here. And having a good fight is Patrick Molka.
Yeah, he's solved some, proposed some riddles that Goodhart has yet to be able to fully solve.
A glancer, but
top.
Yeah.
And for Goodhart, if he can take this on the ground and work his BJJ and not risk getting hit in the nose, it's a good moment for him.
If he can get control of the ankles and then keep his chest high and proud, so that keeps your head away, you can enter. You need your hips forward and your chest forward, your head away. But it's easier, yes, if you gain control of the feet or ankles. There's one, there's two, and he's in.
Took his time to move into position here because you definitely don't want to get up kicked in the nose.
No, you do not.
At the best of times, you don't want to get up.
Never.
And right now, Goodhart definitely doesn't want it to happen. But for him, this is great. He's got 4 minutes to work his BJJ. Presumably, he's the bigger, heavier man. This is a good situation to be in for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, but as Robin said at the end of the second round, it's difficult when you're in this position and your nose is damaged like that because you don't want to rub it over him, and you have to when you create distance.
Look where his face is right now. It's in the neck and the shoulder. Yeah, you're grinding. Many have described it as feeling like little pieces of glass or grains of sand in there as you move. I know it sounds awful, but
you do such a good job at describing those painful things.
Yeah, it is. It's not great, but it's better to be on top with it, right? Better to be in this position if you're rolling. And Merckt's goal now is to stay in this fight and then try to reverse this position and get back to his feet and bring some chaos again.
He needs to do something to win this fight, though, because in my opinion, the first 2 rounds are the rounds for Goedhart.
Yeah, Merckt had really good phrases and minutes, you know, but it's been Roland in control.
It's been moments for Merckt, as you said, but you don't realize how much you use your nose in these positions until you hurt it.
Until your face is squished into any spot. Look, right there. Look, where's your face? Your face is pressured even there. Although now he's to the side, and look what Merckt's doing, punching around. Any small little punch into a damaged area, a compromised or damaged area is meaningful.
And the referee asked for a little bit more action there, which is good for Merckt because he probably just wants to keep Goedhart clamped down and get them standing so he can hit that.
Oh, there's a big one.
Nice hammer fist there by Goedhart.
Covering the mouth. It's effective breathing.
Like he's
create response.
It's like he's trying to say, you messed up my breathing, I'll mess up yours.
Right, that's right. I will legally mess up yours. 2 minutes now. But yeah, if you're Goedhart, this is a hard fought 13 minutes so far, but no better place you could be than on top here with a guy presumably more tired than you.
Preferably you never break your nose. Luckily I never broke my nose, but in your 3rd pro fight, it's a really good experience for Goedhart. Now it has happened.
Even just seeing the blood drip on somebody else the first time is quite distracting, especially when it just keeps happening. You don't want to be thinking about your injuries, you want to be thinking about this, attacking. But yes, it's a great experience to have for a...
I remember when that happened when I was fighting Denis Stojnic, who we got later tonight on this card.
Yeah.
Know a thing or two about bleeding, guys.
Yeah. That was a cut, right?
Sometimes it happens and you make the best.
Oh, yeah, you want to... When now fighters' knees are on the ground like Goedhart's are, up kicks are not legal, but if they're still coming, you know, you got to get your head out of the way. Even an illegal shot is something you don't want to, especially an illegal shot, it's not something you want to absorb.
And Goedhart has managed this quite nicely so far this round, given enough action to stop the referee from standing him up, but controlled the fight, given damage.
But, you know, Patrick Merckt is one of these guys that any promoter is happy to have because he's tough and gritty, and he's in fights. He creates difficult fights for people, and he's making a good account of himself in a hard fight against a really rugged prospect.
And he'll take a fight on a couple days' notice. He's always ready to fight.
Well, and with 20 seconds left, he has given Roland Goedhart an excellent showing here. And Roland's had to work hard. There's sort of a choke here. It's an unlikely choke, but it's not impossible here. From the bottom, it's highly, now Roland actually is in the better position.
And you can hear how much that meant for Goedhart. His bellowing at the end there. That was, you can see how tough that was for him.
5 minutes is a long time when you're in a cage, but it gets longer and longer when you break your nose.
Yeah, well, and that was 5 minutes twice with a broken nose, round 2 and 3. His nose don't look so hot either right now.
That may have been like that before he came in.
Yeah, but it's a reflection on the type of chaos they both brought to this fight. But yes, assuming Roland is the winner, an incredibly important experience for him to have somebody so tough, rugged, and irregular, and the experience of the damage to his nose.
Have a look at some of the highlights here.
He had his man off balance by evading the one shot and then throwing the counter over top. And this was how it looked at the end. He took a little elbow on the way down.
Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, big applause for both fighters. Patrick Merckt, Roland Goedhart. And after 3 rounds of 5 minutes, we've counted the points and we have a winner. And the winner is the man in the red corner, Roland Goedhart.
Great fight, gentlemen. Thank you both for a great fight. Roland, my man. A guy like this is going to come in and give you everything you can handle, and a tough chest, exhausted, probably a broken nose, but you swim through the whole thing and get the victory. You got to feel good.
Yeah, I knew this is going to happen. I don't know why, but I knew it's going to be a tough fight. People from Poland are fucking tough. They all know it. East Europe, warriors. But yeah, I did the job. I'm going to be honest. I broke my nose. I felt Daniel coming to me. Almost want to give up, but I pushed through. What? And now I think I'll level up my game again.
100%. That experience of questioning it and actually embracing it and being honest about it and pushing through it, you're a changed man forever because of that.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Can I say one more thing quickly? I tried to do it in English because I have a little bit of headache now. But last week somebody passed away, Rob Kaman. True legend of the game, and I want to take a few seconds to be silent for Rob Kaman, if that's possible.
Please, a few moments of silence for Rob Kaman. Thank you. Congratulations. Great fight, gentlemen. Your winner, Roland Goodhart.
A class act, a incredibly promising fighter, and a gutsy-driven performance there from Goodhart.
It says a lot when you have a performance like that. You break your nose, and then you have a nice tribute to one of the best kickboxers ever from the Netherlands. So great job by Roland Goodhart.
Yeah, a beautiful thing, in fact, to take that moment, your moment, and then and share it like that on somebody that was so special. Love to Rob Kaman's family.
Iedereen vanaf 40 voor elkaar heen. Echt waar, serieus. Ik ben helemaal overgepraat. Dat is echt niet goed.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the welterweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing France, Morgan
Gabulu, a very talented French welterweight fighter. You know, 2 of 3 of his wins have come by submission, so this is going to be where he leans towards in the fight. He's a very well-rounded tactical fighter, but it's submissions where he's really shown in his game so far. And he's one of 3 French fighters on the card tonight, so vive la révolution, I guess.
I've commentated a lot of fights in Paris over the last few years, and the French fighters are really, really developing quickly, you know. And there are fighters traveling from all over now that are taking their home in Paris and other cities in France. So there's high-level wrestling coming from Russia and different areas, and the Middle East and all over. So there's it's kind of a melting hot spot right now.
They sell out arenas all over the country in France, and a couple of years ago, it wasn't legal to fight in a cage in France, and as you say, just incredible how it has exploded like that. I was at the PFL fight a month ago when Doumbé fought.
Oh, yeah.
The atmosphere there was absolutely incredible, and the amount of talent coming from France, man, unbelievable.
Yeah. I was calling fights there, and quite a lot of fights there, and yeah, the audience is super into it. I went to Bellator Paris too, and it was sold out, and crazy crowd. But when I would travel around in Paris and you get into a cab with a 45-year-old Parisian woman, and she would say, "Oh, MMA!" It doesn't matter what age or background you are, everybody is into MMA in France right now. So you've got some great fighters coming out.
And one of them is Goubalou. We're very intrigued to see what he's going to come with in our French v Dutch fight that we've got on the card here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, then here's opponent fighting out of the red corner. He's from the Netherlands, Pieter Buist.
Tico Brackle, a little bit of a, he's a reality star for a short while, and he fights in that flashy, unbothered way that is a real joy to watch. And he's currently on a 3-fight win streak. He had a bit of a rocky period, but he's won his last 2 fights at LFL, 9 and 8, and he really showed a beautiful, elastic, dynamic style of striking. It's a real joy to watch.
When, one of the big movements when you talk to coaches and fighters, you know, over the last half decade, they're talking about being free, you know, getting out of your own way and allowing yourself to just express the combat. And yes, the last couple of times, that's what he was doing. Another way you could say it is having fun, you know? It's strange to have fun when you're in a violent confrontation with a professional athlete, but the more fun you can have, the often better you can perform.
And he comes out in a Rocky robe and Gucci flip-flops. I mean, it's not a bad way to enter the ring.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's having fun, very comfortable right now. And the last couple times we saw him at LFL, he really impressed me.
Yeah.
Showed a lot of improvement in his game, maturity.
And this will be intriguing to see whether he can keep, you know, Gabulu, it's most likely approach here is going to be hunting for that submission, that takedown. So it's going to be a big test of Raquel to see if he can keep him off and make Gabulu fight the fight that he wants to.
When he looked so good the last couple of times, it was because he's become very willing to be in the danger, because he's seeing things. So if you put yourself in danger, you put your opponent in danger, and you start to exchange. But if you can see everything and be evasive in the right moments, that allows you to be comfortable. And that's what we've seen. He would stand in the fire and slip and rip.
Just got eye poked by the cutman.
Yeah. Anything is possible.
Can we take a point from the cutman?
Yes. If you Google parachuter parachutes into boxing ring, that actually happened.
Was that you?
No, that was definitely not me. And that guy took a beating for doing it. But go onto YouTube and look parachutes into boxing ring. If that can happen in the middle of a fight, literally anything is possible. Yeah, there is the eye poke, illegal, 100% illegal. Yeah. Thanks to our truck and our team, that's a great to show the replay of the cutman's eye poke is some high-end work. Thanks, guys.
When introducing first, ladies and gentlemen, the man fighting out of the blue corner from France. 28 years old, stands in at 5 feet 11 inches, 180 centimeters. 5 professional fights on his record. 3 victories, 2 defeats. He's representing US Metro Bizot. The Gorilla, Morgan Gabolu! His opponent in the red corner from the Netherlands, 28 years old, stands in at 6 feet 3 inches, 193 centimeters. 10 professional fights on his record, 5 victories, 5 defeats. He's representing Ruthless Fight Company. Ladies and gentlemen, Pieter Buist!
Little look of a tail of a tape here. Raquel has a substantial height advantage, 13 centimeters. Bit of a reach advantage as well, but some long arms from Gabulu there.
Yeah. Arm length is a huge advantage. Of course, reach in general, but the length of your forearm and your upper arm.
Listen to me at all times.
That's a genetic
stop,
advantage.
you stop. Okay, if you want to touch gloves now.
When this LFL fight in the welterweight division is scheduled 3 rounds of 5 minutes, referee is Mr. Tariq Khan.
Look at both of their arm length. Actually, when you look at the
Judge,
2
you
segments
ready?
of Tico's
You ready?
arms, they're long
Fighters, you
too.
ready? Fight.
We are underway with our 6th fight of the evening, Raquel versus Gabulu. We can see the height difference between the 2 of them here. Raquel looks like he's towering over Gabulu.
Yeah, Raquel is a very long. See how he's staying in it? He's already kind of letting himself sit in that area of danger, and that's where he puts you in danger when you sort of bite and start throwing at him.
Pressure from Gabolu, but he's definitely watched Brackel's fights.
Yeah, doesn't want to rush in.
Yeah, he's probably seen that he can get wild.
Yeah, I think he wants to just get him engaging and then try to get to the hips. Gabulu try to get to the hips.
Raquel's got to be careful here not to get too backed up against the fence and not do enough lateral movement.
Some good head movement there by Gabolu, but When he makes Bracco miss with his hands, he needs to counter. It's a good straight right from Bracco there. This when he has Bracco up against the fence like that, that's where he needs to get over the top.
Yeah. Or down underneath and get to the thighs.
Yeah, invest in the body and then the head will.
Ooh, that's a heavy penetrating shot from Tico Bracco.
And that was a lightning fast jab as well coming from Bracco.
See how he's you feel those.
Yep. Digged in the body deep. Nice 1-2 there by Bracco.
He's moving his feet a little less than he did in his last couple times, but as I say that, the knee comes up the middle.
He needs to move to his left a little faster. He lets Gabolu move him up against the fence too easily.
Ooh, Gabolu throwing heavy. Oh, yeah. And he just
overhand.
Leads him like a clay pigeon into the path of the overhand.
Yeah, Gabolu's definitely opening up now.
He's got a good look to him, Gabolu.
It's a good uppercut there from Tico Bracco.
Oh.
Needs to be careful there.
This is another one that's dangerous for all parties involved, including the ref and you at home.
And Bracco being interestingly static in some of these positions.
I think it's because he wants you to fire and, you know, leaves his head in a position to invite your punches, see? So he wants you to punch, and then he wants to set his feet and throw 2 or 3.
The answer
there, right now. This is what he wants, the right hand to come. If it doesn't, then he'll jab, goes back, keeps his chin as an invitation for a right hand, goes left hand again. He's going to throw the right when you do.
Gabolu needs to be careful with his head movement. With the knees from Bracco. He showed some good head movement, but when Bracco throws his knee up like that, when you move out of the way,
you can tell if Gabolu is going to go for a takedown, Bracco's been working on that knee to hit him up straight in the middle.
Some nice straight punches from Bracco.
Gabolu's best shot has been the right hand to the body, the straight right to the body. He's come at it from a few different angles.
Yeah, especially when you fight a tall fighter, we have a tendency to lean backwards, and then the body opens up, and they were hurt way, way more.
Bracco needs to be careful here, just resting his back against the wire.
Oh, there's the knee.
Yeah, solid right there.
And they both fired rights.
Gabolo's legs seem to buckle a little bit there.
You can tell as soon as that happened, he came into the clinch.
Smart.
Up against the cage.
Smart.
It's the game. Take that moment. Something happened. He felt his body wobble or weaken underneath him.
He's got a body lock, but Bracco has an underhook, not very deep.
Yeah, underhook on his own right side and an overhook on the left, pulling his man up.
What Gabolu wants to do here is drag Bracco from the fence, because he's using the fence to stay up now. Good head placement from Gabolu here, directing the fight from there.
It felt through 4.5 minutes that Tico Bracco did more work. But the last 30 seconds being owned by Gabolu, you can't be sure how these 3 humans are going to score this if you're either guy. Like, Gabolu isn't doing anything specifically with this, but there's human perspective that is part of judging. It doesn't matter what you and I think. It matters what these 3 people think.
And those foot stomps at the end weren't no joke either. An intriguing first round. Bracco looking to sit back a little bit against the cage, invite Gabolu on and try and hit him on the counter. But in terms of our rules, Gabolu move forward, arguably more aggressive, ring control.
Yeah, 100%.
Judges are going to have a tough one, but wouldn't like to call it, but Gabolu might have won it on those technicalities.
Might have, but if you're the corners, you might want to urge your guy to take this round, and then if it's still continuing, operate under the idea that you lost round 1.
I think both corners should be telling them
they both should.
Lost that.
Yeah, we might feel Gabolu won that round. If you are Tico, you probably feel like you won it because you were touching him. You didn't get hit as much as you thought. But if you were the coaches, you want to believe both fighters to believe they may have lost the round.
Definitely feel that Bracco's coaches will tell him that he needs to move away from the fence more, move to his left sooner, instead of waiting for Gabolo to start. He needs to start. Every single time Gabolo comes too close, he needs to fire. But he was too tentative in that first round with that.
And Raquel, it showed his tactic was working to some degree when he got Gabolo to wobble a little bit with that right.
Yeah, a beautiful straight right.
So if he can look for that opportunity again, but as you were saying, Stefan, not be backed up in the cage.
Oh, beautiful left hook there by Gabolo.
And the right, straight right to the body again.
Yep.
It's been excellent. Now underneath.
Look at that. Beautiful way to duck under those strikes and get the takedown.
And, you know, 20 seconds into the round, he's down. The key to it was the 10 or 15 seconds of intense, you know, stand-up fighting. That opened up the takedown.
And we get to see what Raquel can do from guard here, because this is not a great position to be in with 4.5 minutes to go.
He definitely has some tricks from his back, but what Gabolo is doing now, he's pressing him up against the fence, so it's really hard for Bracco to get his hips involved. So there's not a real submission threat unless he uses the fence here and goes for an armbar now, but Gabolo recognizes that, keeps his hips really close to Bracco, so really no danger here for Gabolo at this time.
And the thighs just sort of closing slightly to lock those hips. Now Tico has double overhooks. One's gone now.
Double overhooks, and he had grapevines. Goes to a body triangle from his back, which is something tall fighters like doing.
Yeah,
it's very easy to get, but you can't really do anything from your back there just to control your opponent.
Yeah, you've got him stuck to you, but you're stuck to him.
Yep.
But Gabolo is a submissions expert. This is where he leans towards. So for him with time to work.
Oh, yeah, if you're Gabolo, you're pretty happy about how this fight's been going. A very close round one that you probably feel like you won. And then now 2 minutes into round two in total control.
You see Tico going back to those grapevines. Every single time Gabolo tries to sit up and throw punches, when you use those grapevines, he can't sit up, because you can off-balance him at any moment.
And people at home, when you hear Stefan say grapevines, he means the feet are connecting under the knees or the legs and then straightening out Gabolo's legs. So right there.
Right
like he's doing right now, yeah.
You see Tico's left foot in particular is a good example. Now he goes in and lifts to get underneath with the left lever.
Advance your position.
Butterfly.
You could definitely go for a butterfly sweep with those long legs, but he needs to control an arm, and
But,
right now,
he tried it. The jiu-jitsu nerds call that one a butter half these days. Butter half. You got a half guard on one side and a butterfly on the other.
Good control so far by Gabolo, though. He's doing the same thing as when he started around, pressing Bracco up against the fence to take away that submission trap.
That heavy breathing feels like it's Gabolo, it seems, but that's okay. If you're on top and you're working hard, that's okay if you're going to keep the top position.
And some guys are better when they get breathing heavy. Their second wind, they really get going.
Yeah. Depends on the type of athlete you are. If you're more anaerobic, yeah, you know, you're a sprint, recover, and you hear that breathing. Yeah.
And Gabolo is looking for a wrist right or a Dagestani handcuff, whatever you want to call it, but definitely not a position you want to be in. Bracco recognized it.
Yeah, and it looks like Bracco is trying to get onto his side and hunt for something, but Gabolo is dropped that out now.
Great round for Morgan Gabolo.
Nice short elbow there by Gabolo.
So many things going his way right now. The big picture, too, you know, you got a guy who's very snappy and whippy with his strikes. Get him down here, get him doing, like, the grindy work. It'll take some of that snap away if Tico gets up now or if he survives the round.
Raquel's got the single butterfly in again.
It's very difficult to use that when you're stuck against the fence like this, though.
Butter half. Brandon McCatherine, second degree under Eddie Bravo. I worked with him a couple weekends ago on Subversive BJJ. You see that this position is a super, you know, today kind of spot for the guy on the bottom. But that's jiu-jitsu without striking. It's a different game when the man on top can hit you.
I can see at the risk of that sweep, Gabolo just dropped his hips down, stopped that movement.
And when you're the taller fighter, almost every single time your opponent is physically stronger. Especially in positions like this.
Low center of gravity stuff.
Yep.
And so you've had that experience with almost every fighter you face.
Almost every single time. So technically,
he's got.
Yeah, he's got not enough time.
Oh, a second left, and he had the guillotine locked in Gabulu.
But he, you know, he got a lot out of that round in Morgan Gabulu. Won the round, did a little damage, fatigued his other man, learned a lot, and presumably slowed down some of the snap in those punches.
I want to see him came out in that second round looking for a different approach to the first one, being a bit more active, not sitting back, trying to be there, and that ended up him in a tough situation with a takedown that I'm sure we'll see very shortly.
Right there.
Level change, beautiful job to take away the leg with his own leg.
Yeah, and he went to the body lock. He didn't go to the double leg. He went to the body lock step through, yeah.
Well, it's what happens when your opponent's that tall.
Just cut down like a tree.
Yep.
Just lumberjacked him straight to the floor.
And Bracco needs to do something. I think his corner is telling him that.
So if you're Tico Bracco's corner, we're like, I think we need a finish. Now, maybe you don't, but let's get you operating as if you do.
You definitely need to win this round.
Yes, and if you're Gabolu, you're pretty confident you won 2. You might have won round 1, but you don't know. So you need to win this round. Tico, you want to aim to win it dominantly, and as you get more dominance, try to finish.
The blueprint for Gabolo is there. Unfortunately, Bracco does not have that same blueprint of how to win this third and final round.
Uppercuts and knees. Man, we've got a lot of cup touches tonight.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Ready?
Bracco's ready to go again.
Uppercuts and knees for Tico Bracco.
This is what he needs to do, jab and move. Jab and move.
And be ready to slip and rip.
Nice leg kick.
But what we saw in his last couple of victories, that's what he does well these days.
It can be very tiring to work from that distance and, you know, punish your opponent every single time he comes in too close. But it's exactly what Bracco needs to do. Throw those long, straight punches, punish those legs.
Underneath, a little lower this time.
Good defense though by Bracco.
He's got him turned though. So yeah.
But Gabulu converts. And Bracco has his position there for butterflies. But as Stefan was saying in the first round, pushed up against the cage like that, not the easiest position to use in front.
Especially with a physical, strong opponent on top of you like Gabolo.
Because when you're trying to get under him, the simple metaphor people use is like a golf ball with a plate on it. Try to get underneath the plate and get it moving. But he's not under him enough. He's under him, you know, factually speaking, but not all the way under from a leverage perspective. So he can't really sweep him from here.
The cage. You do that again after that 1 point.
Yeah, the reason he got such a clean warning was because it was such a clean infraction. Like, you grab the fence to change your position. You're going to get warned that the next time you're going to get, you know, it's not an accidental or an incidental one. That was a purposeful grab.
Everyone gets to cheat a little bit in MMA.
Yeah, but that's what you got. You got that move. You're on the bottom, so it didn't improve your position that much. You got a clean warning, do it again, and you're losing a point, and presumably the fight if you lose a point here.
It shows the way Bracco's feeling right now, though, because he doesn't really get anything done from this position. He can't hit his sweeps. He doesn't get to a better position. He has this strong French wrestler on top of him who's winning the fight.
Positioned really smart.
He's got that wrist right, but Bracco got his arm free again.
All Bracco is doing is stopping Gabulu advancing. Beyond that, it's Gabulu is controlling it. Gabulu might be happy to stay here.
Yeah.
Win the points, not take too much damage.
He's very happy to stay here because, you know, you're winning the fight here. It is on Tico Bracco to create something different, but it's easy to say here. It's easy to say sitting here, sitting at our homes, but not letting him advance is the immediate concern, because if he advances, he's going to smash my face in. So the fact that he's preventing a further invasion of real estate is, you know, his #1 job. And if that's all he can accomplish for 2 minutes, he'll lose the fight.
Bracco needs to sit up, use the fence, get his back from the mat.
Probeer die rechterbeen in te krijgen, dan kan je hem omgooien.
They want him to get his right leg inside to hit that sweep, but Gbolu won't let him, of course.
No, it isn't a criticism of Tico Brackle in any way. This is all a credit to Gbolu.
Now he had, it was like a small window to sit up. But when you're as tall as Brackle is, I know it's difficult to be there in that position. You almost want to let him pass and get your knees to the mat and turn around, let him take your back. But it's difficult when you're tall, when someone has got your back like that, to get back up.
And when Gbolu as well is a submission-based fighter, they might have decided as a team not to allow that sort of giving up the back, because, you know, Gbolu won his last round, his last fight with a rear naked choke. Giving up the back might not be the best solution. But what else have you got to do at this time?
When we watch it, we're all missing all the information that these two have right now. Tico has the information about how threatened he feels every time he moves. His body has that information, his mind has that information. So if he moves too much, he knows he's going to get choked or into a worse spot. So he's trying to find a safe way out of here, and it's just not there. Gbolu just isn't letting him have a safe way.
Now he's
better now.
Now he needs to turn his hips, get his knees under him.
But with 20 seconds to go now,
too late.
Yeah, there's just, you know, a sweep would be a nice way to end the fight, but it's not a winning moment. And this is a winning moment.
He's in full mount Gbolu for a second at the end.
And that's what Tico could sense, is when he moved too much, he was going to get mounted. That's a real credit. Morgan Gbolu, a tough fight, challenging close round one. And then he started taking over and being more and more dominant. I really like this kid. I'm excited. I can't wait to see him again.
Yeah, as soon as Gbolu found out that he could shoot a takedown and control Brackle, that was a fight. Excellent performance from Gbolu. A real problem to anyone at welterweight in LFL.
Yeah, this is round 3. This is the harder one. Tico wasn't just giving it away, but as soon as that corner was turned, and then the rest of the fight.
Good defense from Brackle until Gbolu got his hands locked and completed a takedown, and then it was all him for the rest of the round.
Yeah, you could arguably give the first round to Brackle, but the rest to Gbolu for sure.
Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, your applause for both fighters. Morgan Gbolu and Pieter Brackle. Fighters to the center of the ring, please. The winner of this fight, ladies and gentlemen, is the man in the blue corner, Morgan Gbolu.
Morgan Gbolu. Ma français est très mauvais. Je m'excuse.
My English is very bad.
Then we're gonna be okay.
Okay. Come on.
Hey man, it was a tough round 1. But then round 2 and 3 just dominated, gets stronger and stronger. You gotta be very happy with this fight.
Yes, I'm very happy. I worked so hard with my teammate, US Metro Paris. Okay, I'm glad.
You can see the hard work. As the fight got tougher, you got tougher. Yes. And it reflects how hard you've been working.
Yes, exactly. He's a tough guy in my mind. Every day, I'm work hard. For the victory. And tonight, this is the victory.
This is the victory, well earned. En français, thank anyone you like.
Je voudrais tous vous remercier. LFL, merci beaucoup. Et à bientôt, j'espère.
Congratulations, sir. Loved watching you fight. Your winner, Morgan Gbolu.
Excellent performance from Gbolu, someone that we are hoping to see even more from in LFL.
We'll be back in a few minutes.
And here we go, just a little bit of a teaser for one of our heavyweight fights a little bit later. Grigore versus Stojnic, and it's going to be fireworks. So stay tuned, everyone. We've got a short break of LFL coming up now.
My name is Pieter Buist, a lightweight competitor in LFL, and I'm coming out of Common Brothers. Started with fighting at the age of 6. I started with judo, did kickboxing for 13 years, around 100 fights. But when I was 22, 23, I decided to make a switch in everything I did, and I was on the journey to become a pro MMA fighter and the best I could be. Yeah, he's a good fighter, all-round fighter, dangerous fighter. Likes to stand and bang, likes to wrestle. It will be a fun fight. I'm an all-round fighter. I prefer, of course, to keep it standing. I prove that I can submit black belts and I can outstrike strikers. It's a hardship, it's a way of life. You only have highs and the lows. Nothing in between. I'm not here for hope. I'm here to win. That's why I work my ass off. Give everything every day, mentally and physically, then you win. Everybody's in shape there, but who's in shape here? Don't feel any pressure. No, it's all about me. I don't give a fuck about what the organization wants, what the audience wants, what my family wants, what my opponent wants to do. I don't give a fuck, it's all about me. It's about me in the cage at that moment. It's 15 minutes. And it's me against him, not him against me. I'm LFL lightweight competitor Pieter Buist, and watch me fight live in Amsterdam on the 21st of April, only on Viaplay.
My name is Denis Stojnic. I'm heavyweight. I fight for Rutos, Golden Glory Hammers Gym, and UFD Gym. I changed to MMA because it was more tougher. I watched the fights, the first UFC fights. In this moment, Brother Gracie made the UFC, the first 2-3 UFCs, and I looked at the guys, how they fight. It was not with henchers, and it was very tough. And I think in this moment I can be also MMA fighter, and in future maybe UFC, and it's coming. I was in UFC. My dream was to come UFC, but my fault was not to prepare me for this, and it was a mistake. I prepared me for this fight only 10 days. It was so crazy. That's okay. It was experience for me. After 4 months, I fight with Stefan Struve, and we make the bloodiest fight in UFC history. It was a good fight, tough fight. First round, it was a little bit crazy. It was a simple mistake, but I lost in second round, and it's a loss, and that's it. Maybe I do some mistakes, and Stefan Struve was more concentration, and he won the fight. I don't know. I know he's striker, also he's BJJ guy. He have a brown belt like this, and he's a good kickboxer. He fights. Make me feel better, you know. If I don't train MMA or if I don't go to gym to train, I have a bad day. It's your life, you know. Doesn't matter how much you money have, or doesn't matter what you have. Fighting is your life. Some people are born for this, some people are not born for this. I'm born, yeah. I respect all heavyweights and all fighters. It doesn't matter who his name, is he famous or not famous, doesn't matter. I respect him. Next year maybe I fight 1 or 2 fights and I stop. That's enough. I'm sorry for this when I go to pension, but I have to stop. One time you have to say to yourself, it's okay. You can still fighting, but you have to go. That's the younger coming, the younger lines, and they have to fight. For younger gorillas. All gorillas have to be now rest, pension, enjoy the life, to watch the fight, maybe to prepare another guys, to learn then the management, you know, to help them what you have, the problems in your past, to help the younger guys to have no problems, to make a better fighter like I was. And this is the sport what they give, you know. What you have from the sport, you have to give another guy. And I'm happy with my career. Everything what's happening is having to happen. The God, how they make. I'm LFL fighter Denis Stojnic. Make sure to come 21st April. Grab your tickets and to come to watch me. Puss.
Oh, it's over already. What a knockout.
That's a good stoppage.
Listen, we ain't going out like that, no.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I welcome you.
We ain't going out like that.
For the Levels Fight League.
What a beautiful combination.
Face your fear, and on the other side of your fear, there's your treasure. So go, keep going, and chase your dreams. And I will come in this division.
Yes, sir.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And for those who just tuned in, you are watching the Levels Fight League number 12. Tonight, we are live in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. The next LFL fight is in the welterweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing the Netherlands, Victor Kuku!
This is it, our 7th fight of the evening. One that I know Robin is very excited for. Kuku versus Binder. Kuku is a kickboxer. He was inspired by Alistair Overeem to move into MMA, but this is a man who's fought in Glory and M1. He's a high-level kickboxer moving over into this sport.
Yeah, it's a very interesting fight. He's real flashy and fun to watch and high impact. You know, his opponent likes to throw down. But if you were facing Victor Kuku, and you'd want to see how good he is at the other stuff. You know, of course it'd be fun to kickbox with a great kickboxer. Everybody loves action, including the fighters. But you want to see how this guy does if you throw him on his back and you get on his back. I think you'd want to know that answer.
And you talk about throwing someone on their back. Binder is a judo black belt.
Yeah.
That's a man who knows a thing or two about throwing someone onto their back.
That's right.
Yeah, and he has some beautiful throws. I love when people use judo in MMA because it makes for exciting moments. But Andreeas Binder may be better everywhere than Victor Kuku, but when you have a wild man like Victor Kuku, you never know. Anything can happen. You never know what comes at you.
Yeah, so Andreeas Binder, you know, it's a weird comparison, but if you remember Hector Lombard was a brilliant judo player who would get the odd throw on you, but would also make you defend enough that he could throw hard, committed punches at you. And there's a weird semblance with Andreas Binder and Hector Lombard, but yeah, it's going to be fun having Victor come in here and do his thing.
And I'm not sure at the minute whether we're struggling to find Kuku or whether this is all part of a grand narrative of him extending his walkout.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, your applauses for Victor Kuku!
If it is gamesmanship, it's a fun one.
Yeah, definitely. If you're talking about a wild man move, this is one of them.
Well,
I'm sure we'll find him in a minute. He can't be far.
It is very, just taking his time.
There he is. We found him.
I believe Kuku has done a similar thing of taking a while, doing a bit of a dance up to the stage. So this maybe is all part of his plan.
Yeah. He has inflicted extremely long walkouts on people, audiences, and opponents before.
And any tactic's a tactic.
Yeah, for sure.
71% of his wins are by knockout or TKO. It's always a stat I like to see. He's got 6 submission wins as well. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
It's gonna, here he comes. Now he'll dance. This could take a while too, but he's a good dancer. As is the case,
if you've got it, flaunt it.
Yeah. As is the case with a lot of athletes, not all athletes, but a lot of artistic athletes can, you know, rhythm is a part of fighting, right?
When he fights, though, there's not really a rhythm.
That's right.
Whatever comes up in his head.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going on with this dance too. But I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I could dance like that, I'd be dancing like that too. I mean, I could probably do this part, the jumping from side to side.
Yeah, but you wouldn't look as good.
That is definitely true.
Now, yeah.
Bit of prayer time.
Yeah. Maybe now he's no. Yeah.
Still not yet.
Gotta take off our shoes.
And how would this affect you if you're Binder and you're having to deal with this extra time, this pressure, this time change and switch?
Anything irregular can be challenging, but a really experienced guys now are prepared for everything, right? They don't need it. A good athlete doesn't need it to go his way. So whatever happens, you embrace it and you work with it. But yeah, it can be a tactic. I'm guessing it's for Victor, not against his opponents. He does this because he wants to do that.
Yeah, this is how he likes to get ready.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own way of getting fight ready. This is how he awakens the madman side of it.
I saw Daniel Cormier backstage before a fight with, I think it might have been Anthony Johnson, speaking of. And, you know, there was a whole lot of pacing and getting his own mind into it and slapping himself well before he came walking out in that tunnel. A whole lot of yelling and screaming and whacking himself in the face and talking to himself. And everybody's different. You've also seen people literally meditating right before.
I think that's what I would do when I would fight Rumble.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just pray.
I would shout at myself.
His opponent, fighting out of the red corner representing Ireland, Andreeas Binder!
I like this kid.
Fantastic fighter. This is his first throw out at welterweight, which is going to be interesting. So Binder was our LFL lightweight champion. He moved over to the PFL and had some issues making lightweight again. So we might be seeing a new Binder today, a little bit heavier, a little bit trying this new division out. But this is a fantastic, well-rounded MMA fighter. Judo background, brilliant striking.
He's only 27 years old, you know, so it could be a natural thing to get heavier still, you know, at this point in his life. He has the length to fight at welterweight. So put some muscle on, and he's a very normal sized welterweight. Not being able to make lightweight anymore is no problem. You know, missing that weight, not being able to get the opportunity to fight in the PFL will make him very hungry. It will make him want to prove himself again today, make a statement against Victor Kuku.
And this fight is very important for him as well. Like his teammate Ryan Chaos Curtis, a former Bellator and Cage Warriors fighter, got injured in a training accident as he paralyzed from the neck down. And Binder has dedicated this fight to his teammate Ryan Chaos Curtis. So if anyone at home also wants to support Curtis, his GoFundMe, you can find it online on his Instagram. You know, to help overcome what is a horrible freak accident, and really goes to show, you know, what these fighters put on the line every single day.
It's true, you know, we're just love to him, and may he have a very, you know, thrilling and enjoyable and successful life now, you know, as things change in his life. But we get, and life, we all get challenges and setbacks. Some of them are massive for some people, and a great life can still be lived with massive setbacks and challenges, and we hope that's the case. But it does remind, when you're friends and people close, you remember every single time, not only when you fight, but when you train, this is a dangerous sport. It's a dangerous environment. So we're sending love to him and appreciate Andreeas Binder.
We're introducing first, ladies and gentlemen, the man fighting out of the blue corner representing the Netherlands. 37 years old, stands in at 6 feet, 1 inch, 187 centimeters. 32 fights on his record, 14 victories, 17 defeats, and 1 draw. He's representing Fight Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, your applause is for Tigri Victor Kuku! His opponent in the red corner from Ireland, 27 years old, stands in at 6 feet, 182 centimeters. 10 professional fights on his record, 8 victories, 2 defeats, representing SBG Charlestown, judoka Andreeas Binder!
He does love to throw down, so let's see if that is at least the first half of round 1 for him.
We can see tail of the tape. We've got a height and reach advantage for Kuku. Binder being a little bit smaller.
LFL fight in the welterweight division is scheduled 3 rounds of 5 minutes. The referee is Mr. Philip van Heusden.
For your welterweight debut to go with a heavy hitter, true welterweight is it's a good way to start.
Judge, judge, judge. Time ready. Fighter ready. Fighter ready. Fight.
We have liftoff. We can already see Kuku's arm movements.
You can you start to test the bubble a little bit when you move your arms like that. Like it is more intentional, especially Raymond Daniels does it. You see it a lot. You start to feel the space a little bit. And you can punch from below the peripheral like you see here.
Nice calf kick there for Kuku.
Must be a new feeling for Binder to not be the taller fighter in the cage. It's a nice jab from Kuku there.
One of the great myths in fighting is, quote, always keep your hands up. It's not true. It's a novice truth. At the high levels, you can invite people to attack you, move your head, and punch from beneath. There are real advantages. Of course, dangerous as well, but true advantages for high level, for people on verges of mastery to fight with their hands down.
It's a good leg kick from Kuku, and I love the way he made Binder miss with his low kick.
Beautiful, just a little show and pull. And Binder at the minute is looking a little lost with Kuku striking.
The distance. He's just not able to establish his range yet.
Struggling to get inside. Good calf kick, and Binder had his leg flat on the floor.
He pushed through it immediately after, because the calf kicks are actually urging him to get deeper in.
Beautiful knee there by Kuku.
And Binder ate that with barely a blink, but you know he felt it.
He sure did.
You don't want to eat another one of those knees, though.
No. But you could see it looked like Binder was starting to try and close the distance to go for a throw or takedown.
You got to close the distance, or your calf, 2-3 more of those, 1 more on the calf, and now you're compromising your ability to move and punch. So you got to get in, but you start getting in, and you eat a knee. It's a good start for Kuku, man.
He's got him bleeding too.
Kuku is not moving like a man who's almost 38 years old.
Looks good. Turning side kick. On the nights where Kuku's hands are down and he gets laid out, people will often use that as evidence that you should always keep your hands up. But the things that work for him work because he doesn't always keep his hands up. So it's a risk-reward scenario.
He's had some discipline issues in the past, didn't always train, took fights at late notice, but when he fights disciplined like this, he's a very good fighter.
Binder, the overhand right to left hook, that's getting a little deeper now. He's starting to find the depth he's got to operate at here. It's a different one against a welterweight too. That blood you see on his chest probably came from the impact of that knee.
And that was a vicious right that just missed from Kuku.
That's a good choice at a good moment.
Oh, beautiful slam takedown.
Yeah, we like the high amplitude stuff around here. And Kuku went to base with his arms. You can break your arm real easy doing that. Fortunately, that's not the case here.
Takes the back here.
Binder's got still a minute and a half to work from here, and this is where we all expect him to have the advantage over Kuku.
He was using his head to try to control the arm. Now he's lacing the leg and extending it straight.
He's trying to get that wrist right and trying to get Kuku flat so he can start throwing.
He does have the wrist. See, the left wrist is being controlled by the left hand.
Yep.
close 3 or 4 minutes of the round, but it's presumed unless Kuku gets up and does some damage, you would think that this is going to let Binder be definitively the victor of an otherwise close round. Especially if he can just 2, 3, 4 punches in 40 seconds is going to be pretty definitive. Maybe some knees here to the thigh.
It will definitely give Binder a lot of confidence for that second round. The moment he got in close, he got the takedown, but the problem is getting in close.
Yeah.
Past that unorthodox striking style, you don't know what's coming.
And Kuku landed some big shots on Binder on his way in multiple times.
Yeah. Now Binder's now going to be getting him to carry the weight and put pressure on the spine and maybe slow him down ever so slightly. If he hasn't been training, like Stefan said, sometimes he's all in and sometimes he's not all in. If Kuku is not all in right now with his training, he'll slow down.
And it's a close round. Binder's face is all sorts of bloodied up. Looks like he's been for a little bit of a meat grinder.
Alles hier. Kuku, kijk naar mij. Ben je bij? Niet meer op de hoofd. Iets laag en nu gaan we iets meer die schuine opstoot. Nu gaan we meer de downs doen.
Ref just had a quick look at Binder's face, saw no problems with the bloodiness.
Daniel Sharifi doesn't want any strikes to the head anymore. He wants him to aim for the chest. He wants him to bend his knees a little more and then throw the uppercut from there.
Yeah, the head's moving, so, and aim for the chest sounds odd to people at home until you've had coaches work with you on that. It works. You start aiming for the chest, he's dropping down into it, he's moving into wrestling stance, through wrestling stance, and you start cracking chins by throwing at the upper chest.
Listen and do what you're told to do. What the fuck did we come over here for? Come on.
Sometimes
coaching there.
Yeah, some old school coaching right there. And that, you know your fighter. That's what Binder needs. He needs a guy to say, hey, what did we come here to do? We came here to throw down, throw some punches and get in and smash, you know? And that's good coaching if it's appropriate for your guy.
Round 2 of 3 in this welterweight battle.
I expect more pressure from Andreeas Binder.
Yeah, agreed. He was trying the leaping axe kick as a double knee.
I need to stay disciplined though.
Might have got a weird finger in the mouth or something. You see Binder just sort of adjusting, and then Kuku gave him a little glove tap, like whatever it was, I'm sorry. There, that's Andreeas Binder. When he gets into the fire, and he'll throw 1 or 2 more than most. There it is. That's exactly what he's on.
Ground and pound from Binder, looking for the finish here.
But he stays in for an extra punch or 2 while moving his targets, but throwing his weapons, that's when he does well. And now he's on top in a good spot.
Looking for the full mount.
This is bad times for Kuku here. Binder is an expert, and he's going to punish Kuku.
Yeah. And 3 minutes, 30 seconds, I mean, that's a long time to have the top position when you're, quote, better than the guy on the bottom in this spot.
Binder's taking his time. He's not rushing into positions.
He's going to dope mount him here.
He doesn't want Kuku to explode out of this.
No, so he'll pin the hip here, but he can slide the knee over when he wants to. It's like a dope mount. You're kind of, when he turns his hips back towards you, you just settle. But he's not going to take it until Kuku's more tired. That's gone now.
Back to side. Now Binder can do here.
See how he knows he can mount here with his left knee, but then and so it crowds him again. He's wondering if Kuku's baiting him into the mount.
Oh, but Kuku's got back into half guard.
So they both kind of accept half guard simultaneously. Now he's thinking about the mount again, but
maybe this is what Binder wants, though. Press him up against the fence.
Yeah,
it's a good option against a taller fighter.
Now he's got both feet under control, pass and punch. Again, crowds the hip. Very smart. Now he can mount, and I think he will. No, still, that's a sensitivity, a tactile feeling that you know he's still got that strength in him to buck you off, so you don't get greedy and you wait. Maybe the last minute you'll mount.
Yeah, still 2 minutes of this second round left to go, and Binder is in full control here. He's listening to his coach.
Kuku, zo meteen. Ja, die been is goed. Zo meteen. Als hij hoog gaat.
Yeah, Owen Roddy, his coach, is looking up at the video so he can get an extra angle to see where it is, and he'll tell him when it's time to mount, and maybe that time is. And maybe he won't. You know, maybe if he can do damage from the spot, he'll keep it. But maybe that final minute will be the time to take the mount, keep your hips heavy, and then throw punches.
Ga meer op je nog meer, nog meer. Op je linker heup.
It's good head placement there by Binder to control the fight.
Als je daar blijft, gaan we trappen weg.
Now he's going to lock. No? Can he feed the... Yeah. Right hand. He's got control of the right hand underneath.
Looking for the back here.
Can use his head to open his man up.
Big round here for Andreeas Binder.
Yeah, a violent round. This is not lying and prying, as they say. He's doing damage.
Good elbows from Kuku here, though, from the bottom.
Yeah, one of them landed, and you saw Binder almost flick back his eyes open like a rabbit in the headlights, so he felt it for sure.
35 seconds now.
And Binder is bleeding badly.
Maybe the elbow. Presumably the elbow. Wasn't there before.
The nose was bleeding a little bit, but he's gushing now.
Yeah, the elbow cut him, I believe. It looks like it might be coming from the forehead. That's not going to bother him. But I mean, he's Irish, right? You know, they like their own blood.
And now he finally gets the full mount Binder, but with only 5 odd seconds to go.
Crucifix. A little later than he might have wanted, I think.
End of the second round.
That nose of Binder is bloodied and swollen.
Yeah, and it isn't. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a cut. It's literally the nose. There's just something about there's a ruggedness to an Irish fighter that gets to this stage of their career fighting tough people all the time, and Binder is a poster for it. Just love watching him fight. And the flying axe kick attempt.
I tell you what, though, when you look at Kuku's record, 14-17-1.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a tougher fighter on the planet with that kind of record.
No, 100%.
And that's still very much in it in this third round. Could go every single way.
Yeah, I think you could make a pretty strong case for first round Kuku, second round Binder, and then if you think the judges saw it that way, this third round is completely open.
It's up for grabs.
You want to tell Kuku that you lost them both, I think. You want to tell him, we need you to kick this man in the head. We need you to kick him in the head or elbow his face off or something. And because Binder, you want him to win the round. You know you won 2. You probably won 1, riding at the end of 1. So let's win this round dominantly, which might lead to the finish. But Kuku, you want to tell him we need a finish.
On the feet, Kuku has made Binder look tentative in a way I've never seen him in his fights before. And it is a joy to watch Kuku strike.
Fun, yeah, really fun. It's an artist.
A nice oblique kick there by Kuku and a good short block on that calf kick. When you block like that and you connect with your foot to the calf, you could break your foot.
Stutter step from Kuku.
I'm not sure what that was from Kuku, a little bunny hop.
Yeah, it was, you know, he edited the knee halfway through the hop.
I think he may have lost one of his lenses. Lying right in front of us here on the mat, on the red stripe.
I think you're right.
Something popped up in the air, but...
A contact lens?
Yep.
It looks that way.
They're urging Andreas to go with 3:30, you know, a little past 3:30 left in the round, that he's got to get in, do a little damage, and try to get this man back down again. Because Kuku's starting to have fun again.
You don't want to be playing this game with Kuku too long, but you also don't want to rush in. So very difficult for Binder what to do. Oh, beautiful level change. Good defense though by Kuku. Can he lock his hands and finish? Yes, he does.
And Kuku's looking for the guillotine here.
Yeah, and he would try to use it to sweep. Binder's out.
It's impossible to finish the guillotine when you are stuck against the fence like that.
There's the...
Yeah, and there's the contact
There
lens.
it is. Look at our camera team, man. Like,
Binder's got the back though.
yeah.
Smooth transition to the back. Can he finish with the rear naked?
He's got 2.5 minutes to make it happen. You wouldn't put it past him.
So of course he wants to finish, but you got to prioritize this position. Where you want either the back or the mount over and over. You don't want him to get up, which is what Kuku did. And then you got to get him back down again. If you're Binder and if you're Kuku and he strips a leg.
Binder's looking for those hooks.
Drags him back down, puts him on his back. Good decision there by Binder.
And he's looking for that mount again a little bit more.
This crowding position with like his shoulder turning the head one way and the hips the other, this has been working for him. So he's going to ride this position. Last time he took the mount quite late. Maybe he'll go a little earlier this time.
He's done a good job of breaking Kuku down.
Oh, good work by Kuku, but
there you go.
Right into mount.
Very nice job by Andreas Binder.
And now he's giving his back up. This could be it. And it's tapped. The speed, Binder got that rear naked choke in, and what a finish at the end.
Incredible fight by both men, though.
Yes.
Really enjoyed that one.
Yes, very much.
Kuku on the feet is a nightmare. And you saw the usually confident Binder struggle with that level of expressivity and creativity on the feet, but when it hit the ground, the experience, the background of Binder really just pushed him over the line.
And the grit.
In the end, it paid off that he didn't rush in. When you fight someone like that, you don't know what's coming at you. Took his time. Broke him down and got the submission in the third round. Beautiful performance by Andreas Binder.
The grit to stay tough in it, and then the fitness too. You got to be fitter and more economical than your other guy, even though it's all a stressful path. But yeah, very good fight and a great win.
Still not 100% sold on Binder at welterweight. He looks a little undersized to me, and would he be able to do that to someone with less of a striking background, more wrestling? It's hard to know.
I definitely would like to see him back at lightweight. I think with a really good dietitian, some good discipline, he can make it. And he would be really big at that weight class.
And that does make a big difference.
100%.
But let's not take anything away from Kuku. What a performance. And I'd love to see more of him in LFL. And here we go. Here's some of the takedowns that really won the match for Binder.
It's good defense by Kuku until Binder got his hands locked. Kuku gave him the space.
And here went
mount, and then beautiful, man. Every single move was perfect there by Binder.
You can see the speed at which Kuku tapped just shows how succinctly he sunk that rear naked in.
Pretty excited for what's coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing some of your memories of fighting.
It's been 15 years, but this man almost elbowed a hole in my skull. I got him in the end, though.
White fighters to the center of the ring, please. Victor. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for these two athletes, Victor Kuku, Andreas Binder. And the winner of this fight after 3 minutes and 28 seconds in the third round by rear naked choke, the man in the red corner, Andreas Binder.
Thanks for a great fight, gentlemen. Thank you. Andreas.
How are you, my man?
I'm doing good, brother. How about you?
Oh, it's good to be back. It's been the longest fucking 7 months of my life. And I'm just glad to be back doing what I enjoy doing, my man. I missed it so much.
Yeah, we love watching you fight, man. There's just that, you can feel that will to win. That was a hard fight, confusing out in the space, like a rugged one. That's a hard way to make the money. But you just have that will to win.
Yeah, like, I knew he'd be very good on the feet. But like I said, I like to challenge myself and I'll fight. If he's a striker, I'll fight a striker. If he's a grappler, I'll fight a grappler. But at the end of the day, it's my first fight back in 8 months. It's been a rough road for me. So I'm just glad to be back in here, putting SBG on the map again, SBG Charlestown, and just enjoy what I do.
Yeah, man, we enjoy watching you do it, and we're thrilled for you to be back. Do you think welterweight is going to be where you're going to campaign now? Is this a permanent move?
Yeah, I'm going to stick at welterweight. The lightweight court was easy the first time, but the last 2 times it's just been like nearly killing myself trying to make it. And I don't mean like, oh, it's been rough, but I mean nearly killing myself.
Feeling like you're gonna die.
Literally, like very close to it, and I just can't put my body through that ever again. My health is more important than anything, and I love this sport, and I just can't put my career on standstill. Do you know?
No, we love having you here too, and we're glad you're back. Just take it. This is your time. Take a moment. Thank anybody you want.
Yeah, guys, look, I'm really, really grateful to Donovan, Andrew, all the boys having me back on LFL. Honest to God, it means the world to me, because after missing weight twice at lightweight and then getting the doors open for me again just so I can compete. And all my coaches, all my training partners, they've been with me through all of this, what's been going on in the background. But most importantly, my beautiful family and friends, my mom, dad, and my dad, they've all been part of my journey since I was 7 years of age. And last but not least, all the Dutch fans, they're mad about fighting. So look, the Irish love fighting, and I hope you enjoy the show and enjoy the show tonight.
Thank you. Congratulations. Good to be back. Happy for you, man. Andreeas Binder.
Lovely to hear from Andreeas Binder there, and sounds like he's had a troubling time with his weight, and as always, great to have him back in the cage, and good for him to have a victory, and we hope whatever was ailing him with his weight cut issues, like you said, he can find a way through that, because he is an incredibly talented fighter, and one who has still only at 27 has a long chance to go and high levels to reach.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? I'm very happy he's back here.
Yeah, man.
He's had some issues, fighting is tough. When you have issues, missing weight, it can get tougher. But great fight by him, great comeback, and looking forward to hopefully see him again in the future here.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the heavyweights. Fighting out of the blue corner from Romania, Ian Grigori!
This is a matchup I know you've been waiting for weeks and weeks for, Stefan. This is young Grigori. In typical heavyweight fashion, 9 of his wins have come from knockout, the majority of them in round 1. I don't think one of his fights has ever gone to decision. So, yeah, he put some odds on, but it's really his opponent tonight that we're very intrigued to talk to you about, Stefan.
Yeah, it's always good to hear, when you have heavyweights fighting, there's only 1 decision on his record. He's got a tough test ahead of him tonight, probably the biggest test of his career. He's going to have a height and reach advantage, but Stojnic has dealt with that in the past. We know that. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Grigori is going to do. I think he wants to take this fight to the ground. He doesn't want to deal with the power of Stojnic.
And speaking of heavyweights, I don't know if our camera's around. We'll get it eventually, but I see Alistair Overeem, one of the great heavyweights, sitting in front row over here watching this one as well. But yeah, you call it a height and reach advantage. It's not an advantage if it's every single time for you. It's just an attribute comparison. It's actually an advantage for Denis to always face guys that are longer than him, and a disadvantage for Ian that he never faces a guy of this stature.
It's definitely, it can be a height and reach advantage, but when you fight very athletic guys who are shorter, faster, stronger, it's difficult to make that an advantage.
This is going to be a really fun one.
I can't wait.
Car accident.
Well, then his opponent fighting out of the red corner from Bosnia, Denis Stojnic.
So I have a question for you, Stefan. Do you know who the last person that Denis Stojnic lost to?
It's been a while, but I'm the last one to beat him. He's had 11 fights since, I believe, no losses. And yeah, we had a war back at UFC 99 in Cologne. We were on the front of every single newspaper in Germany.
Is the scar on the very top of your forehead?
I went to Germany and I took a souvenir with me.
Yeah, I can see it very clearly under the light here. That man did that to you. But yeah, he has not lost since. He's into your 40s at heavyweight is not necessarily the same type of age as a lightweight in your 40s. There are plenty of heavyweights still able to compete into their 40s, and this man is one of them. He's been winning like crazy.
Well, not only has he fought Stefan Struve, the man next to me, Stojnic has also fought Cain Velasquez, arguably one of the heavyweight goats. This is a man who's been through the fire of heavyweights, fought the best of the best, and he's still here. And that's a daunting proposition for anyone sharing the cage with him.
He's got a win over Rico Rodriguez as well.
Wow.
He's been in there with some excellent fighters. I remember the strength of this man when I locked up submissions. I had him in a triangle, I had him in a Kimura. I had the Kimura fully locked, and he just straightened his arm and looked at me. He's like, not today.
Not today,
young man. I'm going to elbow a hole in your face today. Yeah. And he did so.
And then you got to his back and cut off the blood to the brain.
Yes, sir.
That's ultimately one way to stop a rhinoceros like this.
And now it's one of my favorite memories.
Strange how the mind works that way.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're thrilled to have him here. Have you spoken to him?
We haven't seen each other for 15 years.
Great.
I've spoken to him on Instagram a couple times. I wish him well. I want to see him do well. I'm looking forward to an amazing fight tonight.
Yes.
And this will be a blink and miss it fight. One hopes at least that
It's funny how it works. I'm getting a little nervous now.
Yeah. You don't have to fight him, Steph.
Crazy, huh?
You don't have to fight him. But it's bringing back, I'm sure, some memories.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man fighting out of the blue corner from Romania. 46 years old, stands in at 6 feet, 3 inches, 193 centimeters. 19 professional fights on his record. 12 victories, 7 defeats. Representing Bull Terriers Fight Academy, ladies and gentlemen, your applause is for Ian Grigor! His opponent in the red corner from Bosnia, 44 years old, stands in at 6 feet, 182 centimeters. 18 professional fights on his record, 15 victories and 3 defeats. Representing Ruthless Fight Company, the Menace, Denis Stojnic!
We're going to compare attributes here. There's a large difference in height. I'm surprised it's only 10 centimeters. It looks like 100.
Age is at least similar, but reach a little bit more for Grigor.
Yeah, and both similar experiences, although
Well, this
Stojnic.
LFL fight in the heavyweight division is scheduled 3 rounds of 5 minutes, when the referee in this fight is Mr. Tariq Khan.
Stojnic has fought the much better fighters of the two, but they both have a similar amount of fights.
Stop. If you want to touch gloves now. Okay, step back. Okay, judge, fighter, ready, fight.
Okay, the fuse is primed. Let's see what sort of explosion we get. Double leg kick. And they're both swanging and banging, chucking them bungalows.
Away from the cage.
I remember watching tape, and one of the things we said, he always throws his left arm up like that, time that, and throw a kick over it.
Any pattern that you have, he can use it against you too.
Yep.
You know.
It's a good jab so far by Grigore, a couple times already.
Yeah, a couple more.
Here he goes again.
Oh, it's Stojnic looking for that huge overhand right.
It's about moving his feet when he throws it. He's got to position his body closer to Grigore. And these guys who are like short and stocky and explosive, they're deceptive in how fast they can accelerate towards you.
Go away from the cage. That's good.
Just feel we're all waiting with bated breath for whatever explosiveness is bound to happen here.
It's a good leg kick there by Grigore.
Go away from the cage. Go away from the cage.
Pressuring forward now.
Yeah,
controlling the cage.
You heard one of the corners say, go away from the cage. I suspect it might be Grigore, because he doesn't want to back Stojnic into the cage, because look how dangerous he is when you do, right?
The power from Stojnic goes to a body lock. That's interesting.
Did not expect to see that with Grigore's wrestling background.
But it can just change the spirit of the fight, change the cadence of it, slow it down, make him a little tired, and then separate and chuck knuckles again.
What Stojnic wants to do is he wants to drag him away from the fence, because right now he's using it to stay upright. Drag him away and then explode into a takedown.
Nice knee from Grigore there.
Stojnic is controlling the elbow. Not in a way. Oh, I see. Yeah, because he was going to try to turn him. Yeah.
It's a good knee by Grigore there. Good short knee.
And you know the height of Stojnic, he can get that knee up there without really having to reach so much.
Stojnic's got a body lock again, but he's not really doing anything with it.
I'm trying to see. It looks like that might have bloodied Stojnic's nose, that knee.
A knee like that, inside your head, you experience sort of a wet crunch.
Stojnic is trying to drag him down to fight on his level.
Action, guys, last warning.
I understand that, because when you fight someone a lot taller like that, it's difficult to fight up.
Ready? Time in, fight.
Walk with the jabs. Go, Fix. Do it.
Stojnic is trying to move in. Now right hand forward. Now left hand forward.
Yes, that's good.
Grigore's corner urging him to throw more of those straight.
That's a good timing.
Good timing on the takedown there from Stojnic. And as I know, he's not someone you want on top of you.
Yeah, now he's going to want his ground and pound. He's got a minute and a half to really work that, and that is one of Stojnic's specialities.
It's just really hard to move his hips from here, right? Look at his body type. That body was designed for this.
Sledgehammers.
To just squash his giant quads into the hips, squash his man down, free an arm, and smash with it. Anything free, you use it to bludgeon.
1 minute.
He's walking his feet up to him
Head away.
so that he can start throwing. But Grigore is doing a good job controlling the wrists and the arms so far.
On the back of the head.
Keeping them close.
Do the hammer fist. Yes, that's good. That's good. Be careful. Be careful.
Stojnic trying to gain that position again, get into that deadly tripod style stance.
Grigore had a little bit of a hip angle on him there for a second, but when you can get your hips out at an angle, that's where you can use the guard offensively a little more. Sweep or submit.
Got 15 seconds left.
Last warning.
And I believe that was a warning for strikes to the back of the head.
From Grigore from the bottom was striking the back of the head.
We're at the end of the first round.
Interesting first round. Both fighters throwing out, but probably Stojnic just edged it with that takedown at the end of a little bit of control, but both men are still in this competition for sure.
just did a little, just was able to dish out a couple of punches on the bottom. Grigori landed one or two, and a knee, but Stojnic, once he got him down here, he was able to do a little damage.
That takedown may have won him this first round. Grigori had some good moments on the feet, but definitely the most dominant part of this round was the takedown. And he didn't throw a lot of ground and pound.
But enough, just enough. Yeah.
In my opinion, it's still the round.
Yeah. And it also might open up the chance to fake that takedown now that you've had a guy on his back for a little bit. Fake it, and then get in deeper with the overhand right, left hand.
Grigori urging Stojnic back into the cage to throw down.
Had a little accident with the eyes there.
Was that an accident?
Was it?
Was it? You know what I mean? Like, that is the oldest trick in the book, to make a little spill that you can then get your guy a little recovery time. See, what do we got here? 20 seconds? Maybe we're into 30 seconds of extra time here. Oldest trick in the book. Congrats for pulling it off, guys.
You do not want to slip on some ice when you're fighting in a cage.
Okay. You ready? Ready? Fight.
See what the second round gives us.
King Kong versus Godzilla.
It's never an easy one to predict.
No.
Turn around. No,
Grigori is saying, I don't want to follow you all the way to the cage because you'll smoke me with big punches like that.
There's the power of Stojnic.
Fake takedown. Now let's see him throw fake takedown to some big punches. No, catches.
Nice job there, but I thought he would finish the takedown. He didn't.
But Stojnic retreating back to the cage, just asking Grigori to come on and walk into those big rights.
He definitely likes countering with those big looping punches.
Goes to the body with the hook to try to set up the looping right hand. That was a good choice.
Take the foreleg, Dennis.
That little, there's reaching. That little tell that you mentioned where you see him sort of lifting his shoulder. I think he kind of used that. Ooh, body head.
There's the power.
He uses that little tell with his shoulder to like deceive you a bit, I think. It's really cool. It's very unique to him.
I wonder if that's because he had like an injury or something like that in the past.
Maybe, but whatever it was, it became a feature, not a bug. It's not only a tell because he tells lies with it too.
It's a good leg kick there by Stojnic.
Stojnic is urging Grigori on.
There he goes, pressing forward.
And here we go.
He urges him on because that gets him into range. Keep your hands up and draw a few. You've presumably slowed your man down ever so slightly, draw his punches, and then you can get in on him. It's a hard way to make a living, but it works.
Trying to grab a hold of Grigori, holding the shorts here on the left side.
The referee's on the other side, so he's able to do it.
Get away with it that way.
Yeah, and then
he let go.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes, Dennis.
So what you want to do when you are looking for the takedown, you want to close your hands, bring his legs together, and then lift them up. But Grigori is doing a good job keeping him up with that underhook on the right side, his right side.
Now he goes and tries to get the single out of the high crotch and lift. It's a hard way to lift. You got to drop your hips real low to get under him.
Can he channel his inner DC?
All right, stop, guys. Break.
Yeah, that's a Daniel Cormier favorite. You watch when he does it, he digs his hips underneath like he's doing a deadlift or a squat, and he makes it's much more biomechanically efficient. You got your chest high and your hips low.
He made Josh Barnett and Alexander Gustafsson fly with those.
Ah, he sure did.
Oh! Big left hand there.
Oh, right now. Right, sending Grigori wobbling on his legs.
Grigori said, yes, more of those.
And he did it. He obliged.
Yep. That's what we want to see.
They're calling for Dennis to knee the legs from here, which he can do.
Some foot stomps there by Grigori.
tarsals and metatarsals and phalanges. Those are the little bones that they get all smashed up.
But the referee is going to look at separating them. There's not much action. He's shown he's happy to do that in this fight so far.
1 minute, a little over 1 minute remaining, 1:11.
Bold man breathing heavy.
Yeah. We're working.
It's a tough environment in there for these two men right now.
Stojnic's coach was advising him to watch for knees to the head, and he should. The right knee, we've seen it raise already from, strips off the grip with the knee. Does Grigori?
Okay, guys,
nice job there.
Work.
Referee calls for some work. If not much happens, it could be a little bit of a respite from Grigori.
He's going to separate them in a little bit. Stojnic does himself. Oh, not a
Oh, he's
there he goes.
in now.
He's eating some on the way in, too.
He's found his range.
Time to party.
Walks him down.
Those are the sledge.
Oh, he ate
from
one.
Stojnic.
I don't know if you heard that through the crowd. Stojnic's coach letting Grigori know in colorful language that he ate a couple.
I've never seen that.
Neither have I. What a second round.
Yeah.
Especially the end there. The intensity went up, more shots were thrown.
We saw, when you're observing it, you see Denis Stojnic smashing his way in with wide hooks, but he ate a couple of straight ones coming in too, hard straight ones.
He's not afraid to eat a couple to give a couple.
No. That's a good trade.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good trade for him. Body, head. He says, give me some more. So pink, he does. There's those big. That's where he's real dangerous. Oh!
Still standing after.
I think the reason why he throws his head up when he comes forward is because he needs to keep looking at Grigori, because when he looks down, he's got to be careful with those knees.
Right there.
He's so much shorter, he has to look up when he throws those.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And the shape of his chest and neck, it actually looks like it's hard work to do that. It's just every person has a different body type and shape, and you customize your fighting game around it.
Denis Stojnic's body type is tank.
Yeah, that's right. Fire hydrant.
Bulldog.
And
when I fought him, they called him a bigger Matt Serra.
Yeah, he does kind of have a Matt Serra vibe to him. But can you go back and watch after you watch this show? Go back and watch Stefan and look at and Denis. Look how different their body types are. That's fun. That's why they made that fight, was because you guys were so different.
To go our third and final round. A tough one to call, but probably Stojnic out in front at the minute. But neither fighter can be sure that they're in the lead, so it all hinges on this round.
I think he's actually charging up that left arm.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Power, 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 boom!
Yeah. Like winding up a car.
Grigori intercepted that punch nicely.
Grigori is trying to get a read on him.
Grigori was just going to want to let some right fists and right shins go, especially when Denis turns to southpaw.
Oh, he's pointing in the middle. Here we go.
He wants a little bonus money.
Yeah,
it's not 300K today, but
no. Yeah, Donovan has created the Max moment. If you go and invite them, of course inspired by Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje, you go and invite him to the middle, and whoever obliges tonight and does it best will be bonus.
And if nobody does it tonight, we're doing it after the main event.
We are not doing it after the main event.
Stefan wants to beat the pair of us up, and I'm not sure what we've done to
I just want to get paid.
If it was 300 grand, I would still not do it.
Brother, let's go now.
I would.
Yeah, I don't want to get head kicked by Stefan Struve, which would be a leg kick height for him.
No kicks allowed.
Take your time. Take a minute.
No punches to the face.
I'll even fight you on my knees for 300K.
Yeah, the groin strike. Be careful when you're playing knees.
Oh, I think I could head kick you if you were on your knees, maybe.
So it's another evening of groin strikes here with a little pause.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's good as sport.
Two heavyweights who know what their job is and appreciate each other. Dennis ready to explode.
It's a good kick by Stojnic. And there's the power again. Good left hand.
But I'm not sure.
Oh, it's time again.
He really wants that bonus.
Yeah, well, now he's going to get it. Now they're both going to get it. So Grigori's forearm is over the throat. He's not, he's got, there's work that needs to be done to turn this into a choke, but it's still an uncomfortable thing for a tall guy to lean on the back of your head with his forearm in your throat.
And he looks like he's connected his hands now. Up his had to let it go.
Yeah. Stojnic doesn't really have a neck, though.
That's true.
I had a triangle fully locked in, but I couldn't squeeze because he's got no neck.
Yeah, you're literally squeezing skull.
His neck starts halfway down his back somewhere, I guess.
Swing and a miss there from Stojnic. There's the power again coming forward. And a nice straight jab to the body.
2 minutes left to go in this third and final round. One that we said would be over in a blink and looked like it may be on the way to a decision.
Well, none of these two have anything to say about it.
Grigori was pumping the jab in the first round, but I haven't really seen it anymore after that.
You can hear the breathing on the broadcast there. Both men are
like animals.
And Stojnic's nose has been messed up since the first round by that short knee Grigori threw, so he's definitely having trouble breathing through his nose.
Yeah, that's a lot more. He's a mouth breather right now.
And some nice knees on that topic from Grigori into the gut of Stojnic. So he's looking for that single leg high crotch maybe, and lets it go.
Difficult to try to think who's won the fight. Stojnic's movements and punches are much more memorable, and that affects judges. Whether they're actually doing more or landing more is a debate. But then there it separates for a couple punches. We got 43 seconds left.
This is where I hope they finish the fight.
Nice right from Grigori.
Oh, Grigori rocks him a couple times.
But they've tied up again now.
See if he tries to break Stojnic's grip. Swing one more time. Don't think Stojnic will allow him.
No, I think it's going to end here with these, unless they both make a choice, and they do.
Here we go, swanging and banging to finish it.
Yes, that was a lot of fun.
That was a solid heavyweight fight, both men throwing down.
Some good moments in this fight, guys.
Yeah, and when you get two heavyweights in their 40s and you read on the internet, oh, it was a decision, you think it slowed right down and got boring. That did not slow right down, and it did not get boring. That was a lot of fun.
Grigori took some big punches from Stojnic. Definitely has a chin on him.
Absolute granite. There were shots on there that would have sent a lot of people to the shadow realm.
Stojnic did more grappling against the cage, I think, than we expected, but he didn't do less big, wide punches than we expected. So there was an addition, not a subtraction. And which is why it was fun, why it was so fun.
And let's not forget the nose as well. We just wrote it off on this one compared to the Goedhart fight, where it seemed to play a more pivotal role, but maybe he moved into the wrestling if he was struggling to breathe, as we were mentioning earlier.
Grigori, even in that sequence, you saw him land a straight shot. And many times in that fight, he landed clean straight shots as Stojnic was coming in. But Stojnic's, the way he moves makes a bigger impression on the judge. So I'm suspecting he might be the winner.
And there's Buist in our next fight. He's having a little relax, a little kickback. Excellent fighter, but just finding a little bit of peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, your applause for both fighters, Ian and Dennis. Well, after 3 rounds of 5 minutes, we've counted the points and we have a winner. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, is the man in the red corner, Denis Stojnic.
Thank you both for a great fight. Dennis. Thanks for a great fight, both of you guys. You have not lost a fight since 2009.
Yeah.
The last guy to defeat you, actually, is our good friend Stefan Struve over here. But he had nothing but wonderful things to say about you. And you really, man, like, that's a tough, hard 15 minutes. You fought beautifully.
First of all, thank you all here, the people from Netherlands, and all in the audience. I was a little bit tired. The first I fight with broken hand. I know what he said is. I broke my hand last week, and that's the problem. The Romanian guy was tough. He made a little bit show, but this is MMA and everything's still out.
Yeah, both of you guys fought a great, fantastic fight. Thank you, sir, for a great fight as well.
My opponent is a hard fighter, and I want revenge.
Well, hey, we'd love to see you guys fight again.
Welcome, Holland. I love you, Holland.
Thank you, sir. You earned the right to have a word in a tough fight.
Ide, Pačko, ide. We win this fight, and we do rematch. Fuck this.
Donovan. Yeah, Donovan says anytime. Thank you both for a wonderful fight. Congratulations, Dennis. Denis Stojnic, you're a winner. But I think we're all winners if we see that one again.
Great fight, and it sounds like Stojnic had some adversity with it as well. The broken hand in the build-up to it that he got last week. But great to see some old classic heavyweights going at it, Stefan. Does that stoke you out of retirement?
No. No, I'm good. I'm good doing this. I'm having a lot more fun doing this now. I don't get paid as much, but...
And Stefan, it's highly unlikely that anyone's going to split your forehead open at this table.
That's a good thing.
That really was a fun fight for two big heavyweights in their 40s to grind it out like that. And even as Dennis said, I broke my hand. He took his, he put his hand on me, and I'm thinking, that hand? But that's how tough he is. You know, he'll drink a beer with that later tonight, probably.
Almost definitely.
And there's Donovan, the governor, and more than happy to put that fight back together. And, you know, a couple of shows from now, let that hand heal, and let's bring these two behemoths in here again.
We have 3 more fights on our LFL 12 card, including 2 title bouts. So make sure you don't miss those because they are going to be absolutely fantastic. Coming up next, we have a catchweight bout with Dutch legend Pieter Buist fighting. That was the gentleman you saw having a very nice, meditative relax. But Denis Stojnic getting some well-deserved time in the ring, continuing what has been an incredibly illustrious career.
I loved it. I fucking loved it.
We see Turkosaro, kickboxer there. Yusri Belgaru, MMA fighter, former kickboxer, trainer of training partner even of Alex Pereira.
There's Alistair. Alistair looks fantastic at this stage of his life. If you follow him, he's changed his diet and his exercise routine. Looks fantastic.
I'm excited to see Pieter Buist fight back in the Netherlands after fighting in ONE FC in Bellator. He lost a couple fights, but very close against very good competition, but definitely has some really good moments in those fights.
And what an incredible life story he has as well. Finding MMA, using it when he was homeless to work through stuff is a really inspiring story, and you know, a real positive for the sport.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a catch weight 82 kilograms. Fighting out of the blue corner representing Brazil, Wallace Henrique!
Wallison Henrique, you've got to respect this man. Pieter Buist's previous opponent had to drop out yesterday, and the matchmakers, Donovan and the LFL, managed to put this fight together on last notice, and Henrique came in 24 hours notice to be fighting here tonight. And you know, the mentality that takes, Stefan.
Yeah, 100%. I called his last fight in Cage Warriors, where he fought Will Curry, who was one of the best middleweights in Europe. He's fighting on a catch weight today, and especially watch the first minute, because he's going to explode. He's going to try to take Pieter Buist's head off, because he may not have trained as hard as he normally does. He always trains, though. Yeah. He's always in shape, always fight ready, and that's why he took this fight. He was ready to go.
Yep.
Really looking forward to this one.
I've called a couple of his fights, too. I agree, he's going to start real fast. The audience didn't see it, but Denis Stojnic came over and just had a great moment with Stefan. We'll find the photos or what clips we have. We'll put it up on LFLMMA.com and all our socials. Follow LFL MMA on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and all that nonsense.
Gave me a big old heavyweight hug.
It was a nice moment.
I bet it was a good smelling one after a fight like that as well.
Yeah, we didn't see each other after the fight. It's 15 years ago. It doesn't feel like 15 years. I'm getting old, guys.
That's the nature of time, unfortunately. It's a cruel, cruel mistress.
It's a good thing I was 21 at that point. I'm still only 36, so.
That's crazy. You're a baby. You could still fight for 10 more years.
No, I can't. The amount of training I would have to go through to get back in fight shape, oh no.
That's why they say, and that brings us back to Wallace and Henrique, if you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Well, I didn't stay ready.
That's right. That's right.
I'm enjoying this dad bod face.
Yeah.
That's it, you are a dad, so embrace it.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner representing the Netherlands, Pieter Buist!
We were speaking a little bit about Pieter Buist before, a real strong, powerful figure in the Dutch MMA scene. MMA was really influencing, guiding nature in his life. He had a very hard childhood, ended up being homeless for a short while, and MMA's really been his lifeline through. As Stefan was saying, you know, he's fought in Bellator and won, so even though Buist is on a current 4-fight losing slide, this is against top-level competition, and this is his opportunity to turn it around. And again, we talk about how hard it is for Henrique to turn around on 24 hours notice. It's very hard for Buist in the reverse.
Yeah, you know that he's going to go for broke. You know that he's going to come at you, especially, you know, you will have watched tape on Henrique, because you may have not known about him before yesterday. You go watch tape, and you see he's a wild man. He's got power. And you're going up in weight, too, being Pieter Buist. He really wanted to fight here tonight. He's back in the Netherlands, and no matter what, he wanted to fight.
Yeah, well, he's got it, and he's got a guy who's very ready. You know, his story is a beautiful one, and fighting anything that challenges your body, of course, can help get you through a challenging time. Anything that also helps your ego is also really useful. But just finding something you love can really help change people's lives. And if it happens to be fighting, you get all the added benefits of the challenge and overcoming things and overcoming fear and anxiety. It's a beautiful thing. We've heard stories like that many times, and we'll hear many more.
He's very well-rounded, excellent striker, comes from a kickboxing background. His grappling is phenomenal. He had some issues with the wrestling, fighting some really good wrestlers from Dagestan. he will not. Probably, I don't think this is going to be a wrestling match. I don't think there's going to be a lot of wrestling today. It's going to be a striking match, in my opinion. And I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, this could be the blink and don't miss it, even though having jinxed it potentially in that last fight, I'm not sure I want to say it again.
Although those 15 minutes turned out to be a lot of fun in that heavyweight fight. So
edge of your seat stuff throughout and a real back and forth. And if we do get the matchup, that is a must rewatch. Buist looking very confident, calm and collected in the stage. Not that Henrique isn't looking, but Henrique looks a little bit more pent up and aggressive.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the man fighting out of the blue corner from Brazil. 29 years old, stands in at 5 feet 8 inches, 172 centimeters. 30 fights on his record, 16 victories, 14 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, Latino, Wallison Henrique! Here's opponent in the red corner from the Netherlands. 36 years old, stands in at 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters. 25 professional fights on his record, 17 victories, 8 defeats. He's representing the Combat Brothers. The Archangel, Pieter
Buist will have the height and reach advantage by a fair amount, to be honest. But Henrique has a stockier, wider sort of build. So this would be an interesting classic battle of old bodies.
LFL fight in catch weight 82 kilograms is scheduled 3 rounds of 5 minutes. And the referee is Mr. Daniel Sharifi.
Okay, fighters. Okay, guys, you know the rules. Fight hard, fight clear. Listen to my comments all the time. No questions. Pass glove. Step back.
And I am excited about this one.
Yeah, you can feel this one. Couple minutes of chaos right off the top.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Henrique to explode right away.
There he comes in behind 2 jabs, catch and punch.
Buist has got excellent movement, though. There's a good inside leg kick.
Hook counter from Henrique.
It's a good short block there by Henrique.
Ooh, reaches to the body.
And there is some venom behind Henrique's strikes.
We catch and, well, he worked his way up and in.
Buist tried to go high. Takedown on 10 by Henrique.
Smart.
Got the body lock.
Yeah, now he's got a lace. And the turn. That really nice. Gets a little greedy going for the mount early, though.
Buist won't be phased by this. He's excellent off his back. He's going to try and get back to guard, I think. He's not really the type of fighter to look for get-ups.
Well, there's a half guard. Catches him in the half guard. It's a small improvement for Buist.
It almost looked like Henrique won at half guard, though. Some guys just enjoy being there better than being in cross-side.
Yeah, and you could see him sort of interpreting what was there and making that choice. You're right.
Arm triangle position here for Buist.
Yeah, and
you can't sweep him or finish him here.
The wide left arm, the wide left arm by Buist is taking it away. Or by Henrique, I'm sorry.
There it goes.
But the partial sweep was enough to almost get back to guard or a form of guard, and then an advance again from Henrique. A lot of action here in the grappling. Neither guy is just sort of settling at all.
This is where Buist has had some issues in the past, because now that he accepts being on his back a little too much, because he enjoys working from his back. He's dangerous too from his back, but
he's trying
he can't submit the guy.
He's trying to climb the triangle on his on Henrique's left side, but Henrique uses it to get a little further deeper into the pass. But the regarding game of Buist is really good.
It's been a very controlled but fluid action from these fellas at the minute.
Now he gets a little more deeper pass back to cross side again.
Powerful pass there. Using his forearm to create some distance. Short elbow there by Henrique.
Henrique tried cross side, didn't like it, went back to half guard, couldn't get too much offense, but he's winning the round. He's winning the round positionally, but he's not able to. He can feel that as soon as he tries to get offensive, that's when Buist will move, and now he does. Gets up to his feet.
Good job.
Buist coming up on top.
There you go.
No, dogfight position.
Nice job by Henrique to move with it.
Yeah.
And Buist using some of that bulk just to position Buist against the cage.
Big props to Henrique for taking his fight on late notice and fighting like this in the first round.
Really good. These are the types of rounds that just get away from you if you're a guy like Buist, and you start to steal them if you're a guy like Henrique. There's a minute remaining, and Henrique ran the positional game. Buist has to hurt him and do some measurable damage here, or else it'll be Henrique's round.
Oh, Henrique hunting for the takedown again.
Yeah, he's all over him.
This is how Buist likes to fight, though, because he's very sneaky with his knockouts and with his submissions.
This is the type of round and the type of style that's hard to fight if you're not in shape. So Wallison Henrique takes this on short notice, but he's in shape. Like, even tactically, you don't stay on this if you're not in shape.
Short right there by Henrique. Good head position by Buist, controlling the fight here in this position. You can definitely see the difference in build, though. Henrique is really a middleweight, and Buist fights at lightweight.
Wow. Yeah, it's a tough one to move up. And
yeah, but I mean, a lightweight is 175 to 180 pounds when they're not cutting weight for a fight.
Yep.
So that's a good, fun, action-packed round. You know, nobody just settled for any position, but you get the feeling, Henrique, these are the kinds of rounds, you do that twice and you're in a fight.
Yeah. I want to see more movement out of Buist, because his movement is excellent, but he's waiting for Henrique too much. And he's allowing him to get in the takedown positions, and he actually got taken down, and although he doesn't mind being on his back, he lost the first round by doing that.
Yeah, it's a tactical loss. This was a fun sequence here. Everybody kept making the right choice, choice after choice there.
Reacting to one another, bouncing back and forth.
Henrique on top, and then it looked like Buist was going to reverse him, and then Henrique had that underhook and used that in his favor.
But a surprising first round from Henrique. The question, as he move further in, is whether he's in this later fight condition. Not that he's shown so far.
Yeah, so far. It shows how smart he is. He gets the fight on one day's notice kind of style, and does enough research to go, how did people win rounds against Buist? And then comes up with a round one that takes that knowledge and implements it perfectly.
Buist kicks so smooth, so easy.
Looks nice. Just flicked it out. And you know, getting that foot digging into your sternum is no fun.
Definitely see a more active Buist here in the second round. Oh, he's punching a beautiful head kick there.
Gorgeous. Poetry in motion.
Takedown attempt, and this is where Buist should not allow him to be.
But yeah, and he's doing a pretty good job of not allowing it to advance. But yeah, just like he's a touch comfortable on his back, he's a touch comfortable with his back to the cage. Should be a little more, intentional.
A beautiful knee and right. And that jab is finding a home now as well.
And Enrique just driving in. Oh,
he's got it locked in. He's got it locked in.
High elbow.
Oh,
he's got him.
Oh!
That's nice.
Magnificent work from Buist.
As I said in the first round, he doesn't mind being in a fight like this because he's so sneaky.
You're right.
And boom, guillotine.
Unbelievably slick. What a finish out of a sloppy takedown.
Yeah, he didn't actually, I said high elbow because I assumed he would drop the elbow over the shoulder. He just pressured palm to palm.
And then Enrique got too comfortable going for those takedowns. It's like Buist lured him in and bang, hit that guillotine. Beautiful job.
And it's like Buist is bringing his boy into the cage with him to celebrate this victory.
On the cage, that's beautiful.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Oh, what a moment. But all props to Enrique as well. That first round, he showed how tough he was.
Gonna love that.
So beautiful.
You do, and it's a lovely moment in the cage as well. Buist and Enrique kneeling and bowing to each other in a sign of mutual respect. A terrific fight, really back and forth one, and then the ending out of nowhere.
Big props to Wally Son Enrique for taking the fight on such short notice. So we get the replay.
So some lovely hand and striking action from Buist there, and I think this is where he shoots in.
Looks at it, he catches him on the right side with an underhook, keeps him up, and then he switches it. Here he's got it locked in. Beautiful job there by Pieter Buist.
A fantastic fight, back and forth, finished with a heart-touching moment between Son and Buist.
Hey, can I do
Fighters to the center of the ring, please. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for both fighters. Wallison, Enrique, and Pieter Buist. And the winner of this fight, after 1 minute and 20 seconds in the second round by guillotine choke, is the man in the red corner, Pieter Buist.
Thank you for a great fight. Thank you for a great fight on a day's notice. Peter, you can bring your boy in if you like. Are you proud of your father?
Yeah.
You should be. You should be. Your dad's a great man. You've led a really inspiring life. Difficult times and great times. Tell me how you feel right now.
To be first, thank you to my Lord Savior Jesus Christ, of course. Yay. And a big shout out to my opponent. There was a lot of things happening. Yesterday, my opponent pulled out, and he came in to fly. He was much more heavy. Yesterday, I wore about 72 kilos, and he was 82. So there's 10 kilos difference. But still, I don't give a fuck.
And he brought the heat, too. That was not an easy fight. No. Stefan was saying that you like those fights where there's a lot going on because you can sneaky and just catch something. Yeah. First round was challenging. Were you confident you were going to get him?
Yeah, he's a new opponent, totally different style. He has hard punches. The first punch he gave me in the first kick, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? But, hey, once again, I don't give a fuck.
So definitely fight like your father. Definitely be driven like your father. But don't talk like your father.
No, he's going to school. He's going to school. You don't have to do this.
There's been difficult times. Even the last few fights have been tough. It's got to feel good right now, standing here with your boy, having gone through a difficult period the last few days, and then come out victorious.
Yeah, last couple of 2 years was hectic, loss after loss, and it was not. I didn't lose. I only lost for myself. So I did a lot of mental training, and my team, and they are like family right here. Haroon Pepijn, my brother Mikey. My girlfriend, Karma, everybody, the whole Karma Brothers crew. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I never give up, man. Trust me, I never give up. I will get back to the top. All those belts are mine, trust me.
Thank you for a wonderful fight. Congratulations for your family's victory tonight. And you're very, very inspiring, man. Thank you very much. Your winner, Pieter Buist.
Wonderful performance, great man, and what a finish to that fight.
If I may give a little suggestion for his next fight, Pieter Buist and Andreeas Binder.
That would be a great fight.
Both. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we have an interval.
Oh yeah, Stefan, love it.
Break. Few minutes.
Both, yeah, both similar weights.
Yep. Coming up, 2 title fights. So.
Okay, after that fight, we have our interim welterweight bout coming up next. So don't go anywhere. Blasco versus Desmae. This is going to be 2 savvy veterans throwing down who love excitement, love vibes. So we're going to have a short break. Stick around, and we'll see you very soon.
I welcome you for the Levels Fight League.
Some big shots coming in. Warrior spirit.
Perfectly executed.
We have a winner.
I'm Alain van der Merckt, LFL most capped fighter, I think. 5 fights in LFL, 5 finishes. I'm a middleweight, and now I'm fighting for the title. I come from Brussels, Neder-Overheenbeek, it's my place, so I got a lot of trouble there. Everyone was smoking joint, got a lot of trouble fighting, dealing, doing things, ended up in jail. I was 2 months jail, then I went out, I had a bracelet, 2 months. I couldn't go out of my home, and then work started, so they let me go. Money doesn't make you happy, but doing what you love makes you happy. So when I returned to MMA or combat sports, feeling that it gives me is a lot better than having a Rolex on my wrist, you know? It's better to fight, to win a fight in 28 seconds than having a Rolex to show off on people. I think doing what you like is the best feeling in the world. I like training, I like competing. No money can buy that. 7-0. 0 decision. I hate decision. For me, decision is not a win. My most difficult fight in LFL was with Lucas Culpa. I did 3 rounds with him. So what did I learn from this fight? That I'm not a light heavyweight, because normally my real weight is middleweight, but I was a bit lazy. So I fought at light heavyweight. Not a good decision. So it's 9 kilos in difference. Light heavyweights are really strong. From now on, I'm just a middleweight. Yusri is champ in light heavyweight. Good for him. I leave it to him. Zware jongen, moet tegen Hollander Tian de Vries. So my last fight in LFL, I fought somebody with a 11-5 record. My most difficult fight on paper, so I had a lot of stress. I didn't want to lose my O. I wanted to stay undefeated. So I put a lot of pressure on myself. It didn't last. 28 seconds, he was out. So I put a lot of pressure on me for nothing, but it is what it is. Yeah, when you're undefeated, no one cracked your code. I cracked all their codes, but no one cracked mine. My dream is to go in the UFC undefeated. My dream can come true this year, to 2024, at the end of the year. Imagine 2nd Belgium in the UFC by taking this belt. 21 April, I'm gonna take this belt, and then they're gonna start to notice me. What's the secret? A lot of hard work and smart work. You have to feel it yourself. Your coach, it isn't in your mind. Your instinct, what's coming out on the fight, your coach can help you, but you feel it. So you have to think for yourself, how do I do this? How do I do that? The coach can give you 3 options, but you maybe only use 1 option. So you have to think for yourself. I don't take times off. I fought 18 February, 19 February, I was in the gym. I don't take times off. When my body feels sore, I take time off. I listen to my body, but I try to use the most of my time to improve myself.
Vlak krijgen, vlak krijgen. Leuk, maar vlak krijgen.
So my next opponent is Marcos Silva. Overclassing everything, so he's not bad, but I'm better. The one thing I'm afraid of is the one-punch knockout, and he doesn't have that. So my Georgie got it, but he doesn't have it, so I'm more confident getting with him in the cage than with Georgie. It's here, the goal. Every day I remind myself that's the goal right now. And it will be so good to have it. I'm gonna eat it. So my mind will be ready, my body will be ready, I will be more fit than ever. I'm stronger than ever. If I fight myself on my pro debut, I think I will knock me out in 2 rounds. If I win the title, I want to go to the UFC, test myself to the highest level. 1 year ago, I think I told in the embedded, I say, I'm not ready yet. Now I feel ready. Why not? It's time. Yeah, I think I can make it. I think I can be UFC LFL champ, UFC champ. I think it's possible. It will be great. A lot of money.
That came from nowhere. He released the rear position.
I want to show you everyone what I'm capable of.
We've had this evening. It's all over.
He underestimates me and that works on my advantage.
Lose that back from that position.
LFL is going to have a new champion.
Like Lazarus came back from the dead.
Remember my words.
That's going on in the ring tonight. These submissions are coming from nowhere.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the co-main event of the evening. A welterweight interim title fight. Fighting out of the blue corner representing Mexico, Leonardo Blasco!
So the reason this is an interim welterweight fight is because the current belt holder, Melvin van Soydam, had an injury, and that's who Blasco was meant to face. But tonight he has a new opponent. But let's not look past Blasco. This is a guy who started Kung Fu when he was young, is a brown belt in BJJ. He is an all-action throwdown fighter that's sure to put on a show.
If you talk to high-end coaches and fighters who are constantly learning, they'll now credit the importance of something different like Chinese martial arts, so what we in the West sometimes call Kung Fu, which is not actually a literal translation. Kung Fu literally just means hard work. And some of the Americans would hear Kung Fu referenced in early Chinese movies and think they were talking about the style, and it sort of became known as a slang. It's actually Wushu is what it's really called. But a good martial artist and a good coach today will say that different is good. Having different experiences is good. You know, somebody actually doesn't know a lot when they'll say, oh, Kung Fu doesn't work. You'll know that they're just repeating old narratives that no longer apply. It's actually very powerful to have different types of martial arts in your background.
Yeah, it's like any sort of artwork, isn't it? It's using the materials you have, and you can make something beautiful and effective with whatever tools or equipment you're able to utilize in those specific moments.
That's exactly right.
21-7, but only 28 years old. So his best years may still be ahead of him. And a title at LFL will definitely help out.
Well, then here's the opponent fighting out of the red corner, representing Belgium, Donovan Desmae!
So we have two Belgians topping the card tonight, and in this interim welterweight bout we have Desmae, who is a fighter with an incredible resume and pedigree. He fought for the title in Cage Warriors, he's been in KSW and Brave, and you can't really replicate that level of top-class experience in competitions now.
Yeah, and it was only the judges in his way to not win that belt over at Cage Warriors. He lost by split decision, but he could have easily won that fight if the judges agree with him, but they didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got a very good record, 18-9, fought some incredibly tough opponents, so he's got a lot of experience. Both these guys do, and the winner of this fight will fight Melvin Soydam later this year for the belt here at LFL. Interim belt today, going to be an incredible fight.
It's a really nice looking fight. Two real dangerous dudes. You know, KSW is in stadiums in Poland. This is a big show. This is. You come into this venue now, you feel that this is a legit show. You know, one of the biggest in Europe. But KSW is stadiums, and then Brave CF, the Prince of Bahrain owns that show, and so you're in and around very influential, powerful people. So he's been in high-pressure fights, lots of them. So that is to his advantage as well.
That sort of experience, that sort of pressure, it only makes diamonds.
It's a really nice-looking fight that we've ended up having. And Melvin, you mentioned it, if Melvin's injured, he's injured because he'll fight through injury.
First man fighting out of the blue corner from Mexico. 28 years old, stands in at 5 feet, 11 inches, 180 centimeters. 28 fights on his record, 21 victories and 7 defeats. He's representing Antrim Gym, the Blood Trigger, Leonardo Blasco! His opponent in the red corner from Belgium, 32 years old, stands in at 5 feet, 9 inches, 176 centimeters. 27 fights on his record, 18 victories, 9 defeats. He's representing Climate Club, Vegas, Donovan Desmae!
We'll see on the tail of the tape here, very similar build from the two men, with Desmae being slightly shorter with slightly less height. And kind of 4 more years as well, but both still in their prime.
Ladies and gentlemen, this interim title fight in the welterweight division is scheduled 5 rounds of 5 minutes, and the referee is Mr. Philip van Heusden.
The look on their face is like, we both know how to do this, and we both know that the other one is dangerous. Let's have some fun.
That's a mean mug in there from Blasco.
Judge, doctor. I'm ready, fighter ready, fighter ready, fight!
Okay, the interim welterweight bout title is on the line in this bout, so let's blast off. Blasco showing some nice hands to begin with.
Backing up first to invite and then blitzing in.
It's a nice short uppercut there by Blasco.
Desmae is going to work his way into a big one.
Yeah, we see Desmae looking to walk him down a little bit.
It's the right hand he's trying to set up.
Nice overhand there.
And touch Blasco a bit there. Blasco's probably got to be careful when he comes forward with those.
That right hand.
And it's happening.
Shots there.
Oh, but Blasco smiles it off.
These guys like to party.
Hence the nickname Vegas.
That's nice, but really good work by Desmae to just sort of work his way back to vertical.
I think this is where Blasco wants to be. Looking for the takedowns. He was a little upright when he threw those straight punches coming forward. Desmae recognized that, threw that overhand.
And now they split. It's the overhand, Desmae's. Everything else is there to kind of feed it to the overhand. Shoehorn you into it.
And there Blasco coming forward with some of those. Oh, nice takedown.
Great timing there.
You know, Desmae's going to make a go at this guillotine or just use it to stand up. But his foot underneath, no, he's getting it. Blasco takes one leg and pulls the other one out.
I love how he did that. Lock it up with his legs.
Yeah, really.
Pull the other one from underneath him.
The legs lifted the left, though, and it's right back to it. So the legs unlocked the left one, and then the hand, but he had to address the choke, and that's why he got up.
Great job by Donovan Desmae there. Beautiful way to use the guillotine.
Very savvy work. Really, these two are veterans. You can already see in the way they're fighting, the experience, and where they're probing one another. The little tactical battles they're already having.
Halfway through round one. Pretty even round. Now Desmae will maybe take a little go at trying to take down Blasco. But in the end, I suspect they'll separate.
Come on, guys, more action.
Some nice little bit of dirty boxing there on the separation.
You can see Desmae's a hard right-hand hitter. You can just see it in the way that the right hip is.
Some shots coming in there. Blasco
Uppercut counter there by Blasco.
There it is again. It's all about feeding the right hand.
Oh!
Hook to the right hand.
Blasco's head rocked back with that contact.
He's got a chin on him, though.
He sure does.
And like you were saying, Robin, you can see the way Desmae's kind of curled up. He's just looking to unwhirl and loop over that right.
You can just see how much everything in the way he moves keeps a loaded right hip. And so he throws a left hook to get to the right hand. There it is again.
Right hand, and there's the knockout. What a win.
A 1-2, and Blasco can barely still stand. Desmae, as you were saying, Robin, throughout, looking to load up that right, and when he found a home for it, he ended the fight in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, some people, you know, they build the attributes that they've got, and everything else works around it. If you got a great choke, you work everything into the choke. This guy's got a heavy shot with his right hand and his left hook, so he feeds your targets into those weapons.
And we have a new interim welterweight champion, Donovan Desmae, in a gorgeous, gorgeous 1-2 knockout.
And Blasco took a bunch of those overhands. He's got a really good chin, but it was waiting for this. Beautiful connection there by Donovan Desmae, and he'll be fighting Melvin Zaidam later this year.
Here we go. We should be looking at the finish soon. This is earlier in the fight. That was a
beautiful takedown there by Blasco.
And where Desmae used the guillotine threat to stand up. And I think this might be the end.
Yeah. Two dips like Mike Tyson. Right hand, right hand, left hook.
Beautiful. Beautiful combination there by Donovan Desmae.
I like how Blasco tried to play it off like I'm okay, standing up, but the fight had already been done.
Walk-off knockout for Donovan Desmae.
A big round of applause for both fighters, Leonardo Blasco and Donovan Desmae. When the winner by knockout after 3 minutes and 36 seconds in the first round is the man in the red corner, Donovan Desmae.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that fight. Donovan Desmae, go say thank you to the coaches. Sir, that belt looks good on you. The interim title, yeah, Donovan Desmae. You just can see the power that's loaded in your hips when you're coming in there to throw shots.
It's not me, it's my... ¿Dónde estás? It's my coach. It's not me. I just do what they're learning me, so nothing special.
Well, you got to be really proud of that one. Working your way in, landing a couple of right hands, and he goes face down.
Yeah, you want I show you?
No, please, no.
Well, yeah, I'm proud because that's what I'm be working, so yeah, I'm really proud.
Well, this looks great on you, and congratulations on winning the interim title. This is your moment, but I would also like to bring in Melvin Van Sujim to say hello.
Nice knockout.
What did you just say to him?
I said nice knockout. Yeah. I think you have earned your fight to me.
I earn you. Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, I'm gonna take the shot. Thank you, man. Thank you. If I earn you, okay, it's okay. Thank you.
No, you earned. Yeah.
Sorry, my English is like fucked up.
I have a feeling you have no problem fighting Melvin, and you'll be probably very glad to do so for our entertainment.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's just a fight, so I take tout le monde. Je prends tout le monde, c'est pas grave. Donc, je prends tout le monde. Donc, s'il veut combattre, il ira à la ceinture. Donc, s'il ira à la ceinture, moi, je veux bien combattre aussi. Tu vois, on unifie. Et voilà. I just
You have the real belt, so we're gonna fight. It's not a problem.
Yeah, you can have
Enjoy.
everything.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Melvin Van Zuchem, and congratulations on a wonderful knockout, my friend. We will see this fight shortly. Donovan Desmae.
I can't wait for that fight, Stefan.
It's going to be incredible. Very polite way to meet and greet each other there.
Maybe a little bit of a language barrier, but no, you know, Marvin Van Zuchem and Desmae are both class acts, both experienced fighters, and
you know what? There won't be a language barrier later this year.
No.
Speak the same language.
Fighting, yeah, fisticuffs. Yeah, I actually thought that was great of Melvin to congratulate him on this beautiful knockout, a gorgeous knockout. And yes, Blasco is saying, no, I'm okay, but his body said something different.
You don't fall on your face like that if you're okay normally.
Yeah, and even when he gets up here, that's the body saying, your heart says, let's go, but your body says, no, sir. And that was a gorgeous knockout by Donovan Desmae.
And that is only one out of our 2 title fights we have for the rest of the night. Because coming right up is Van der Merckt versus Silva for the middleweight belt. And God, it's going to be another banger one, fellas.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, for your main event of the evening, an LFL title fight in the middleweight division. Fighting out of the blue corner representing Brazil, Marcos Silva! Ladies and gentlemen, now his opponent fighting out of the red corner. From Belgium, Alain van der Meij.
And you can hear the crowd. They're excited about Van der Merckt. He is one of LFL's flagship fighters, someone who's come up through the organization, who's got 100% first round finish record. 6 of his 7 fights have gotten finished in the first round. The only one that hasn't, he was moved up a weight class.
And he finished it anyways.
Exactly, finished it in the 3rd round.
Yeah. And if you're going to progress in the campaign of your fighting career or of your life, you got to get tougher and tougher challenges and then keep rising to them. And he's got a tough challenge in his opponent. He's got a tough challenge in the meaning of a belt being on the line and being the main event here in Holland. He is Belgian, but he lives here in Amsterdam.
Trains with Reinier de Ridder, Combat Brothers. Goes and trains at Team Musasi.
Yeah.
One of the best middleweights on the planet still.
Yeah, still. Shout out to Gegard Mousasi. He's getting a little, he's having some challenges getting fights where he's contracted now. Hey, who you never know. So let's bring Gegard into LFL cage.
He's come to visit some of the events in the past, so love to see him step in one day.
One of my very favorites of all time, ever, forever.
And Van der Merckt looks all business. And this is it, in a career defined by big moments. This is the Van der Merckt's biggest moment yet.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, introducing first event fighting out of the blue corner from Brazil. 27 years old, stands in at 5 feet 11 inches, 180 centimeters. 12 professional fights on his record, 8 victories, 4 defeats. He's representing Team Lion of Judah. Ladies and gentlemen, your applause is for Marcos Silva!
You don't hear boos often in Amsterdam.
Not at all.
Bring down his opponent in the red corner from Belgium. 30 years old, stands in at 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters. 7 professional fights on his record, 7 victories. He's representing the Combat Brothers. He is the top boy, Alain from the
Alain's knocked out people. He's submitted them and put them out. But it's not about which skills. For him, it's about he's an ultimate game day guy. You see, he has some reach here, touch of height, and of course that undefeated record. But yeah, he's a game day performer.
Women's main event of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. This LFL middleweight title fight is scheduled 5 rounds of 5 minutes. And the referee is Mr. Daniel Sharifi.
No questions. That's gloves. Step back.
Here we are, the bonfire is set, the kindling is aflame, and we're about to see a fire of epic proportions. It's the LFL middleweight title is on the line. Here we go.
Just a little probe from each.
Oh. Slick leg kick to a 1-2, but Silva managed to get Van der Merckt against the cage.
He's got him in a body lock.
Yeah, this is the first time Van der Merckt will be fighting 5 rounds as well. I mean, he's rarely gone past the first one, as we've said.
That one fight where he finished it later in the 3rd round, that's a key experience for him. Key. So that if it does go a little bit later, he has had that experience before, and he knows he can still come through and finish.
And Silva has had a lot more experience in decision and points fighting. And in a situation like this, 5 rounds of 5 minutes, that's a long time to be out there if you're used to things finishing much quicker.
Guys who have end up with winning a fair number of decisions, often part of it is they're hard to hit. You know, they're hard to hit. It's not just that they, don't speed into the finish. It's that they're hard to hit. And by being hard to hit and evasive, they don't, lean into their punches as well either. But it's a game. It's a very smart, sophisticated game.
Van der Merckt trying to create space, but Silva's not having it so far. So some open palm strikes to the ear.
He caught the leg, but Alain ends up on top.
Gorgeous transition there.
So
Van der Merckt
was lifted off the knee, but he just used his chain, to get in here and work to the back.
We've seen Van der Merckt be deadly from here, but nice work by Silva turning around.
Uses that underhook and gets back up. Beautiful job there by Silva. There's the experience that comes into play.
So we're back on him like a limpet.
Those are rough.
Face to the mat.
Yeah, and it was just by controlling the tailbone that he was able to do that.
Some good strikes here by Van der Merckt.
He's got his leg trapped almost in a...
Hurt him with one of those uppercuts under the armpit.
Not letting Silva get back up to his feet.
He'll go and throw a choke threat in to just force his men to turn into him and then get a better top position. If, like, he's not afraid to attack the neck even if it's not fully there yet. And whatever position it provides or produces, he'll take it.
It's going to be difficult for Van der Merckt to take Silva's back here because Silva is turning his back towards the fence.
Van der Merckt softening him up with some of those blows to the faces. They might not look powerful, but you do feel them.
Yeah, they're shorties, but they end up making you move, or they attract you, steal your attention, your focus, like that.
He's really taking his time to break his opponent down.
And if he doesn't, well, there's a little sit through, but it actually protects the back.
Van der Merckt got both hooks in.
He's on the face.
Got it locked in.
It's a neck crank from here.
No.
Oh, Silva.
Good work.
Wonderful defense. But Van der Merckt's not done yet.
He wants to come up in the mount, but he's got to fight for this position, and he gets it. Yeah, that was really nice.
Van der Merckt's still got a minute to work here.
That's a nice spot to be in with a minute. He's going to lift his left, try to pin the arm with his left knee or forearm there. He's got it pinned under him now. There's a head and arm choke. And remember, the other arm is trapped.
Got it. No, Silva.
Silva turns it.
Beautiful.
Excellent work. And he's got the leg. Can he finish the single leg?
That was actually a really cool bait by Silva. He invited him to trap his arm to then attack the neck, and he used the trapped arm to sweep him. That was really cool.
Van der Merckt got a little too hungry. Should have taken more time there.
He's looking for
head and arm
again, but he doesn't look like he's got the angle here.
What is it about noses today? That nose of Silva looks like it's taken a bit of abuse.
LFL 12, noses and crotch shots.
That's right.
Good hammer fist there. Yes. That one. Can he finish the fight right here?
15 seconds.
Silva is looking hazy.
10 seconds. He may get, there's a big, yeah, he can come over top with the right arm.
Silva's gonna survive though.
Yeah, he will.
What a first round. Van der Merckt roars into the lead here. He walks calmly back to his corner while Silva is still on the ground, heaving and not looking too hot, to be honest.
A better experience for a round one for Van der Merckt to not just take total charge, but to lose a few positions and still win the round. Have a few moments that weren't going his way and still win the round. It keeps him in the fight better, focused better.
And it was a very strong start in the fight from Silva. He controlled Van der Merckt, but that takedown that Van der Merckt then reversed was really the turning point.
And he swept to the top with a similar thing where you're just using the blend of your athleticism and the use of your body to just win positions. It's really hard to actually identify why Van der Merckt is so good, but one of the things is there's no real barrier between where his athletic platform is and his skills are. They're just blended into one.
Just is born to it.
Yeah, his body is just developed into this natural expression of fighting.
Okay, second round in our middleweight title.
A couple good right hands by Van der Merckt there.
Oh, he's just throwing. And when you throw that crazy overhand right, you can fall right into a double leg situation, which is kind of what he did.
I think he's already spent more energy in his second round than he did in the entire first. Got the takedown with it though.
30 seconds into it, he has some big punches and then takedown. He's gonna try to establish this position now. Now he'll try to pin that arm again with his left knee.
Just good head position here by Van der Merckt. And that wrist is really important for Silva to control that position, but now Van der Merckt's got the inside control.
Just rotated his hand to be able to free the wrist.
I think a big part of why Van der Merckt is doing so well is he can stay calm throughout the fight, doesn't spend a lot of energy.
Yeah. Other than that, the one time we saw him kind of go for a finish that wasn't quite there, generally he doesn't get too up when he's when he's winning a position, and he doesn't get down when he's losing a position briefly. So he just stays psychologically balanced throughout.
Silva trying to escape here, but Van der Merk riding that attempt.
See some action, guys.
Silva's keeping himself in it for sure, but now he's mounted.
This is a bad situation to be in for Silva. Heavy, heavy hands from Van der Merk. He's good at Silva moving. The referee's looking. This might not last long.
Yeah.
This is it. There we go. Van der Merk is the new LFL middleweight champion. And boy, does Hidley look good doing it. Oh, it could be a backflip. Oh, no. A little wobble, and there it is.
He is celebrating. When you see the finish at the end, those punches, the left hand is coming straight through the open side, like the opening between the arms, and the right hand is coming into the V of the arm protecting the head, and almost all of them landed. They were just picked just elegantly.
Laser focus, sniper shots from on top. And
it's a great night for Belgium, guys.
That's for sure.
Van der Merk was irresistible in that fight, and a well-deserved owner of the middleweight belt here at LFL. What a career he's got ahead of him.
Well, that's a high kick. The right hand falls into the, just rides the momentum into the collection of the two thighs.
Everybody's been watching Kayla Harrison.
Yeah, that's right. And then you'll see if we see the finish. Yeah, watch. The left hand straight, the right hand curved. The left hand straight, the right hand curved. Right hand curved, left hand straight. Like both holes were there, and both were picked. Almost every one of these shots is accurate. That's crazy.
Fighters, to the center of the ring, please. Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause for these two athletes, Marcos Silva and Alain van der Merckt. And the winner of this fight, an LFL middleweight champion, is the man in the red corner, Alain van der Merckt.
Alain van der Merckt, what are you smoking?
A cigar. That's tonight.
The LFL middleweight champion. How's that sound?
Oh, fantastic. I came here 0. No, I'm the LFL hero.
All 8 of your wins, all here, all 8 of your wins, all finishes. It's a pretty good time to be Alain van der Merckt.
Yeah, but second round, I hurry. I used too much energy in the first, I think. But he was tough. He didn't give up because I saw in the middle of the round he was dead. But still, he didn't give up. So applause for him. He's already gone, but respect to him.
Was there any different pressure or experience tonight, knowing there was a belt, knowing you were the main event? Was it different?
No, just there were 100 people, I think, for me. So, yeah. When you hear them scream there, you really hear them scream this time.
You said you were going to eat this belt.
Yeah, but I'm going to eat the cigar, I think.
Yeah. You know what, man? It's been just fantastic to see you rise up to become what you are today. There's still plenty more to go. Where do you want to go next?
The UFC is my dream. So I'm training with very high-level guys. Some very high-level guys in the public, in my corner. Our team had 5 fights or 4. We all won them all 4. And one of my friends, my first real amateur fight was Donovan main event.
Yeah. And look at these two.
Main event was Rani the Ridder. And now I'm the main event. He's in my corner. He was underneath me. So I sprung out, I surpassed him. He's my brother. That's the motherfucker. He hurt me. He hurt me when I was little. He was hurting me. And now I'm stronger than him. He doesn't even... He still has a big mouth, but he wouldn't dare.
You Belgians are crazy.
But it's thanks to him that I'm here now. So they are my inspiration, but he's my father figure.
Awesome, awesome. if you don't get the call to fight in the UFC and they always want you to stay active, you're going to come here and defend this belt, yeah?
I'm going to defend everything. I'm going to surpass myself every time again. So this was second round, 1 minute in. For a title, 5 rounds is good. So next time I have to be quicker.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
It's a lot of stress, you know, when you go back in your round. You say, I have to go over again. So when you finish in one round, it's done. Oh, finally, I can party.
Yeah, it's time to party, my friend. Congratulations, and congratulations to Belgium tonight. 2 LFL champions, Alain van der Merckt, your winner, and new LFL middleweight champion.
What an evening, Stefan. LFL 12 lived up to all the hype. 2 new champions crowned. What an evening.
Yeah, absolutely great evening. Lots of finishes, submissions, knockouts. This event had it all. And, you know, we're used to that now.
Yeah, it's become normal just how good these events are.
LFL delivers.
Exactly. There's not a next date for the next event announced yet, but it will be coming up soon. So make sure you go to our socials, LFL MMA on LFLMMA.com and LFL MMA in most places. Instagram, LFL MMA, X/Twitter, LFL_MMA. Robin, we saw 2 new champions crowned tonight. What an evening.
Yeah, and both of them, you know, are so different than each other. Alain's a hilarious character, literally dogging all his friends right in the cage during his moment. Desmae's knockout was one of my favorite I've seen in months. Just how he drove into those punches. And so many great fights. The heavyweights, Binder looked really good at welterweight. He's got that desire and that grit. Just another great night of fights. Stefan.
I really want to see Binder versus Buist.
Oh, baby, yeah.
That's the fight I really want to see, because they both fought at lightweight. They moved up to welterweight. It's a perfect fight to make here.
Yeah, Donovan, please, Andy, all you guys, let's make that fight. That's an awesome fight.
Carrillo versus Loughran is another one I'd love to see.
Oh yeah, Loughran was fantastic in his debut too.
We have seen a collection of savvy veterans, rising stars, knockouts, submissions, closely fought point decisions. LFL 12 has had everything and everything. So until next time, thank you from everyone here to Robin, Stefan, Dominic. Until everyone next time, au revoir.